Alright, good evening, and welcome in. Hey there, Otavio. Hey, Patchface Beats. How's it going? Man, this music's really sort of just hammering it in. Yeah. Starting episode 8. A long journey. And it still has a little ways to go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to get emotional after it's over, but I look forward to it. That was fall. Get this up on game capture. Man, those tea parties. I hope Will and Leon survive, but I don't know. Burn Gospel has said that there will be no happy end. Let's see. Episode 8, Twilight of the Golden Witch. Good morning. To think that this is goodbye brings me great sadness as well. I've prepared a farewell party for this night. There will be a game tournament as well, so I ask that you participate with vigor. Like pepper, the difficulty comes in tiny yet spicy grains. Why not participate yourself, now at the very end? Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel. A big brother and a little sister. The big brother who would never return from that day 12 years ago in the past. And the little sister who waited all alone 12 years in the future. However, the big brother knew everything, understood everything. And the little sister knew nothing, understood nothing. So no matter how much time passed, the little sister remained as the girl she had been 12 years before. She remained a 6-year-old girl forever. Her sobs into his chest finally subsided. He quietly waited for his next words. After patting her head gently, the big brother fished around inside his shirt pocket. Then he took that out. Battler took a large key attached to a necklace out of his pocket, then held it out to Ange. It was large enough to cover his entire palm. And little Ange probably wouldn't even be able to wrap her hand all the way around it. The key glittered gold and had a beautiful, intricate design. Its weight alone made it clear that this key was something very important. Battler put the necklace around Ange's neck.
の鍵なの？
使うべき時はすぐに来る。そしてエンジェが自分で決めるんだ。わかるね。
Of course, she didn't have a clue what Battler was saying, but she did realize that he was telling her to take good care of this key. So Ange nodded, at least in response to that part. In her hand, the key had felt heavy. However, now that it was around her neck, it felt as light as an ordinary necklace. How strange.
さあ、行こうか。
どこへ？
She had been sure that her brother was about to sit down. After all, just a second ago, he said he'd tell her what happened on Rockinjima on that day. She'd expected him to tell her here.
あの日、あの島で何があったのか。
お兄ちゃんがそれを聞かせてくれるんじゃないの？
聞かせるとも、話してエンジェに聞かせる。でもそれはエンジェにはただ話を聞いているだけには感じられないかもしれない。
それはどういうこ
エンジェが本当に望んでいるのは、あの日あの島であったことを知りたいんじゃない。
So he does understand after all. What happened on the island that day? Trying to answer that question was all I was capable of, though I wished for nothing more. But if I could, I'd want to go there. To that island. On that day. To Rockinjima. On that day I couldn't go. To the Ushiromiya family mansion. Mom and Dad. To all the cousins, all the relatives. And everyone else. I want to go back to the island on that day. So I remain the way I was on that day. My heart and soul stopped, stuck as a 6-year-old's forever.
帰りたいの、私は。
分かってる。
お父さんとお母さん、お兄ちゃん、みんな。私はみんなのところへ帰りたい。
だから招くことにしたんだ。お兄ちゃんはもうゲームマスターなんだ。ゲーム版の全てを知る者だけがゲーム版を開き駒を招くことができる。だから俺はエンジェをゲーム版へ招待する。
私をあの日の六軒島へ連れて行ってくれるの？
ああ、エンジェを1986年の六軒島へ招待しよう。
会えるの？みんなに。
もちろん。
私もう記憶もおぼろげでみんなの顔はっきりと思い出せないのに。
すぐに思い出すさ。そしてエンジェにとっては12年ぶりの再会でも俺たちにとってはしばらくぶりでしかないんだ。みんな歓迎する。12年の遠い未来からよ ようやく帰ってきたエンジェをみんな歓迎してくれる。
私はいつまでもそこにいられるの？
This way, I can be with everyone forever. This is the goal I'm supposed to reach.
エンジェ、よくお聞き。
But Battler spoke in an admonishing tone, as though warning me that this was a dream that wouldn't be granted.
六軒島の親族会議は一泊で終わる。あの日は台風だったから船の都合で2泊だったけれどね。
それが過ぎたら私は島から帰らなくてはならないの？
少し違う。それを決めるのもエンジェなんだ。エンジェがそれを決める。
I understand, of course. I don't exist on that island on that day. It's a miracle just to be invited there like this. Just the 2 days before the typhoon passes. Just getting those 2 days to myself is already the sort of miracle that will never come again. If I'm greedy enough to ask for more, that faint miracle might vanish. Even though I thought this, my young heart, which was still 6 years old, wasn't satisfied with such a short-lived miracle.
帰りたくない。
わかるよ。
いつまでもみんなと一緒にいる。家族で一緒にいる。お兄ちゃんがもう帰らなくちゃって言っても私は六軒島に残る。
残るのが正しいとか帰るのが正しいとかそういうのじゃないんだよエンジェ。
それでもそれを私が選ぶの？
そうだよ。そのための鍵がそれなんだよ。
Battler touched the glittering key that hung from Ange's neck.
私の答えはもう決まってるよ。
今は選ばなくていい。選ぶべき時はすぐに訪れるから。その時のエンジェの素直な心でその鍵をどう使うか選びなさい。お兄ちゃんの言うことなんか何も聞かなくてもいい。エンジェのわがままなように答えを決めても構わない。でももしもエンジェがいい子でお兄ちゃんを信用できるなら。
信用できるなら？
お兄ちゃんの言うことは全て信じなさい。
全て信じる。
それがエンジェにとって一番いい選択になるから。お兄ちゃんの言葉に耳を傾け、そして全てを信じなさい。できるかい？
わかんない。
それでもいい。信じたいものだけを信じればいい。それもエンジが決めていいんだよ。
お兄ちゃんを信じないとこの夢は覚めてしまうの？
そんなことはない。だから安心していいよ。
For some reason, Ange was suspicious of her brother and scared of him. Her wish was to remain on that island on that day, together with her family, forever. He was afraid that once she got her 2 miraculous days, her brother might tell her to be satisfied with that and return to 12 years in the future all alone.
さっきも言ったと思う。残るのが正しいとか帰るのそういうのはないんだよ。それをエンジェが決める。そしてそれは今すぐ決めなくていい。
そのどちらかの選択を誰も強要しない？
もちろん。
お兄ちゃんは私に未来へ帰れなんて言わない？
お兄ちゃんはエンジェに選んでほしいある選択がある。それもエンジェが自発的に選んでくれることを望んでる。だから望んではいるがエンジェの選択は尊重したい。
私もさっき言った。私の答えはもう決まっているよ。
俺もさっき言った。今はそれを選択する時じゃない。
それはいつ？
その鍵がいずれ教えてくれるよ。
The large gold key hung from Ange's neck. Her small hand held it tightly. At that moment, she noticed a book lying on the chapel's altar. The book had a lock on it and was sealed, so that it could not be read without a key. Ange looked between the key hanging at her chest and the book on the altar.
あの本はこの鍵で開くの？
あの本はダメだ。
Oh? His sudden, forceful response made Ange flinch. Battler, realizing he had scared Ange, softened his expression.
さあ行こう。1986年10月4日にエンジェを招待するよ。
So I guess that's the book that Battler wrote. Battler held out his hand, and Ange gripped it tightly. Then they started walking. A brilliant light lay beyond the chapel's door. That blinding light peeked in through the cracks around the door. The brother and sister began to walk through to the other side. And everyone else was blinded.
エンジェ、そしてこれで最後なんだ。このゲーム版をエンジェのために最後にもう一度だけ開く。
course. Gotta have this one more time. Once again, Captain Kawabata's ferry boat Durakanjima cut across the sea in perfect form. Yes, the tale of October 4th, 1986 always begins with Battler's screams. But this time, one thing was different. There was another yell alongside Battler's. Battler was screaming. The other was laughing? Oh, just got an achievement. How long it's been. Something's different this time. Also, I think that was the sound of... Yeah, there's Ange. Yeah. Wait a minute, what? Didn't we have somebody else here before? 11, 15, 19, yeah. Oh, wait. I thought it was filled up before, and then there was that space was like for Beatrice or Leon or whoever. Huh. Ushiromi and Rudolph and Kirye's daughter, Battler's younger sister from a different mother, gets sick easily, but she managed to get better just in time to attend this year's family conference. She's so happy this year, surrounded by her beloved family and relatives. Aww. Ain't nobody on the witch side yet. You having a giggle there, mate? Alongside the big brother, who was grasping at the handrail and screaming in a way that no one that age should scream, was the little sister, also grasping the handrail and jumping about like it was a ride at an amusement park. George and the others just couldn't hold in their laughter at that difference.
6年を経てもバトラ君は本当に賑やかだね。
エンジェもマリアも今年はひときわ賑やかだぜ。
いとこ5人が全員揃うのってひょっとしてこれが初めて？
あれ、そうかな。なるほどね。今年はこれまでになく最高に賑やかってわけだ。
ジョージの兄貴、これ早すぎねえか。頼むよ、船の人に言ってスピードを下げてもらってくれ。
こんなので早すぎなんてバトラ情けない。バトラ情けない。エンジェ、もっと早いのがいい。もっともっと。
これ以上早くなったらお兄ちゃん船から落ちちゃうぞ。いいのか、落ちて。落ちる。
多数決の結果バトラ君の速度を下げるという提案は
却下みてえだぜ。ほらほら、お兄ちゃん落ちちゃうよ。落ちちゃうよ。怖がりのバトラはくすぐりの刑だ。
よせ、やめろマリア。エンジェもやめろ。
よかった。エンジェの体調心配だったんだけど。
一人だけ留守番じゃ気の毒だしな。無理にでも連れてきてよかったぜ。
直前に大きく体調を崩したって聞いてたけれど、それが今朝になったらケロリよ。子供って本当にすごいわ。
I'm still not sure if, like, the Kyrie we saw in the tea parties is actual Kyrie, but I don't think that was actual Kyrie. I think Bernkastel was just doing that to mess with people. Hey there, Tavio. How's it going? I mean, I know Kyrie can be ruthless, but I don't think she's that bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It just seemed like a huge break for both Kyrie and Rudolph. Doing good, how about me? I'm doing alright. Didn't get a whole lot done today, but I did get a good amount of rest, so that was nice. I'm all ready for episode 8. Oh, well, I still, once again, I forgot to go back and check what Will said were the correct deaths and whatnot, or what the real deaths were. Okay, so maybe I'm not totally ready, but I really need to remember to go back and check that. No, that reminds me, from yeah, Library Ruin on Friday, we were supposed to watch that 5-minute Project Moon short having something to do with the I forget her name. Black Silence. We'll have to check that out this coming week here. How was Remnant yesterday? Well, I died twice in quick succession, and then I had like a 3-hour or so run. We had some technical issues, and then once I got back from the technical issues, my 3-hour run ended by accidentally off the side of a cliff. Gravity, my greatest weakness. I'll be honest though, after the stream, a little after the stream, I went back and I save scummed. I beat the entire campaign, Veteran Hardcore. I had 3 more deaths. 1 was due to gravity, and 2 were due to one specific boss's rampage that I don't think it was acting correctly. It was sort of BS, honestly. But it was not one of the final bosses. The final bosses I breezed through. And I wasn't even overpowered. I'm just a pro like that. Anyway, I got my gun. It's awesome. We'll probably see it in the next or whatever the next DLC comes out. Because I imagine I'll be using it then. It was funny. Yeah, 3-hour run. Came close a little bit, and then there were no enemies, I just walk off a cliff by accident, and pain. Anyway, let's see. Kyrie, get to be incredible. Okay.
緊張が体調に出るタイプなんやろな。そういうのはいざ当日を迎えるとケロッと治ることもあるもんや。
いとこ5人ではしゃぐのが楽しくて仕方ないんでしょうね。
子供たちが楽しそうにしているのを見ているとこっちまで元気になってきますね。
The adults smiled as they watched the children play around. Ange, who had gotten very sick, and who everyone had thought would be absent, made a miraculous recovery. Thanks in part to her strong desire to join in, she had come along to the family conference with the others. And so, for the first time ever, all 5 cousins were gathered together. October 4th, 1986, became a day like no other. Well, that's for sure. Happy. Surely nothing could go wrong. The kids dashed up the path leading from the harbor to the rose garden. They were probably so charged up that even walking was too boring for them. Battler was the first one to reach the rose garden, which was the goal. Apparently, he was trying to make up for the dishonor he had suffered on the boat by proving his superiority on land. A short while later, Ange and Maria reached him in a dead heat. The 3-year gap between Ange and Maria was large, especially since both of them were growing kids. It was only natural that Maria was faster, but Ange seemed to be complaining about a shoulder bump at the start line. Maria One-chan cheated, so she gets last place. Teacher always says you get last place if you cheat, protested Ange.
ほらほら、喧嘩するなって。それにしても2人とも本当に早いな。
こんなに走ったのはずいぶん久しぶりだよ。ああ、風が気持ちいいね。
ジョージの兄貴は運動不足じゃねえの？毎朝の遅刻レースに鍛えられてりゃ誰だって足腰は強くなるもんだぜ。
Darn it, Battler.
つまりその足の速さは朝寝坊の証ってわけだね。
That smug grin.
お兄ちゃんはお寝坊なの。今朝も起きなかったからエンジェが起こしたんだよ。ね
え。ストンピングからフライングエルボー。最後のトップロープからのボディープレスは強烈だったな。
Holy cow. And just destroying Battler.
起きるどころか永遠に起きれなくなりそうな目覚めだぜ。面白そう。マリアもやる、マリアもやる。お兄ちゃん、きっと明日も寝坊するよ。今度はマリアお姉ちゃんと一緒に起こすよ。
Oh, double trouble.
今夜は夜更かしは大概にした方が良さそうだね。
Finally, the adults came into sight. The cousins waved at them, urging them to hurry up. Ange and Maria were so excited they could hardly wait. just by having all 5 cousins together. Just by adding Ange into the group. Look at how energetic this day has become.
失礼いたします。親族の皆様方がご到着いたしました。
無事に着いたかね。では私は親父殿に伝えてくるとしよう。
皆さんは今はゲストハウスに？
はい。荷物を置かれましたらこちらへ挨拶に来られるとのことです。
わかりました。カノンは皆さんのご案内を、シャノンは紅茶の準備を急ぐように。
かしこまりました、奥様。
お父さん、クラウスです。そろそろご準備をお願いします。
Oh yeah, you gotta let Kinzo know. After Kraus knocked on the door, it opened from the inside.
おや、南條先生。親父殿は。
ご安心を。もう着替えておりますぞ。ただ少し緊張されているようですな。
誰が緊張しているというのか。お気に入りの片翼のネクタイピンが見つからぬ。だからいつも夏希に言っているのだ。勝手に物の場所を動かすなと。
Yes, the very real Kinzo. Apparently, Kinzo had been running around for some time, just because he couldn't decide on a tie and a tie pin. Kinzo, who felt that the dignity of the family head must always be preserved, usually made a big deal about the head's attire being equally dignified. Kinzo's very real, and he's looking for the very real tie pin. Yeah. Yeah. He must be very dignified.
なんとかなりそうですかの？
もうしばらく時間をいただけますかな。準備ができたら下へ参りますので。
わかりました。南條先生、よろしくお願いします。お父さん、そのネクタイピンでもよく似合っていますよ。
そのネクタイピンとは何か。そのとは。
Yeah, as soon as he's ready. Boy, I wonder how long that'll be. Maybe eternity?
年に一度しかない親族会議の日であるぞ。妥協など許せんぞ。あのネクタイピンでなくてはダメだ。どこだどこだどこだ。
金蔵さん、その引き出しはさっき調べたでしょうが、それに素晴らしいネクタイピンをいくつもお持ちのはずだ。今日というお日柄に合わせてふさわしいものをセレクトするのもおしゃれの見せ所ですぞ。
そうであるか。片翼のわしじゃなくてもよいのか。
As Kraus watched Nanjo calm Kinzo down, he started finding it hard to believe that this doctor wasn't his own mother. Oh my. How do I like this iteration of real Kinzo? Well, he's not being very rude or evil or really that bad in any way. He's just fussy. I guess it's better than rude Kinzo. Although I sort of miss Darth Kinzo. Free! Well, it was always like this. He always made a fuss when no one's looking, but when the time comes, he makes his decision with pride. After asking Nanjo to come down by lunch at the latest, Kraus snuck out of the study. Oh boy, I can't wait to see Kinzo at lunch.
そして珍しいでしょう。
パンプキンティーなんて初めて飲みました。
Pumpkin tea? Is that a thing?
ほんのり甘くて美味しいですね。
I mean, I guess it could be a thing. I've never heard of pumpkin tea before, though. As one step in preparing the tea for the guests, Goda lets Shannon try a bit first. As one step? As step one? Like apple tea is a thing? I have heard of apple tea. I've just never heard of pumpkin tea. Not once. I mean, of course I know of like, pumpkin spice lattes and all that. Until then, Shannon had thought it would be outrageous for a servant such as herself to drink the same thing as the family and their guests. However, according to Goda, that kind of thinking was a mistake.
お客様にお出しするものを味も知らずに出すことはできません。例えば、訪れたレストランで初めて知る料理に興味を持った時、ウェーターを呼び止めたならこう聞くでしょう。
You know, that's a good point.
この料理はどんな味ですかと。
That is actually a good point, yeah. Also, Goda's being rather friendly.
そうですね。
But he does get more friendly with food.
そこで食べたことがないから知りませんでは、なんだかおかしな話ですものね。
Yeah, Goda's like a whole different personality when it comes to food.
そういうことです。給仕に携わるものならば、お客様にお出しするお茶やお料理の味については熟知していて当然なのです。
Man, if only Goda could be talking about food all the time. Friendly Goda. I like friendly Goda.
それに自分で飲んで美味しかったお茶ならお出しする時にも自然と嬉しくなってしまうものですしね。
その通りですね。こんな美味しいお茶ならぜひ皆さんにも飲んでもらいたいって気持ちになります。
だからこそ私たち使用人はあらゆるお料理の味に熟知しなければならないのです。
I think I see where Kumasawa's going with this. You may mention once or twice that if Goda could only do cooking duties, he'd be way more personable to the other servants. Okay, yeah. They probably say something like that. Yeah. Man, friendly Goda is just such a breath of fresh air.
だから私がひょいとつまみ食いをしてしまったとしても、それも使用人の務め。
Yep, that's where we're going with this. Kumasawa wants to sample the food.
役得であり、仕事であるわけです。
But yeah, it is a job perk.
わかりましたか？
はい。
準備ご苦労。お茶の方は問題ないか？
And then we have Moai Genji.
ああ、源氏さんもぜひ飲んでみてください。ハロウィンらしく、今日はかぼちゃの紅茶ですよ。
後でもらおう。もうじき親族の方々がお屋敷にいらっしゃられる。お子様方もご一緒しそうな雰囲気だ。
はい、カップの用意も万全です。
At that moment, the kitchen's extension line started to ring. Genji, who was standing right beside it, swiftly picked up the receiver before the second to ring. Shannon and the others always thought Genji looked like a samurai when he did this. Instead of pulling out his sword, he's pulling out the receiver.
わかった。粗相のないようにご案内を。
After giving that short response, Genji set the receiver down.
カノンからだ。今から親族方がこちらにおいでになる。お子様方もご一緒とのことだ。シャノンと熊沢はお出迎えを。ゴーダは紅茶の準備を急ぐように。
The family conference. It was the largest event of the year for the servants. They were all excited and determined to make it through together once again this year. Ah yes, they're all going to make it through, of
失礼い
course.
たします。親族の皆様をお連れしました。
おお、よく来たね。道中問題はなかったかね？
兄さん、儲けてるんでしょ？そろそろ自家用ジェットを買いなさいよ。
今回の機内も後ろ宮家しかおらんかったからな。
エンジェちゃん、来られてよかったですね。体調が悪いから欠席するかもしれないと聞いて心配していたのですよ。
ご心配をおかけしました。今朝になったら急に元気になりまして。
お腹痛いのどっか行っちゃった。お腹をぐるぐる時計回りにさせるの。
Okay.
お腹痛いのが治る魔法のおまじないなの。
こらマリア、少し静かにしなさい。
おお、そっちはバトラ君かね。大きくなった。
6年ぶりですね。本当に立派になりました。
いやはおかげさまで背ばっか伸びまして。
肝っ玉の方は相変わらずみてえだけどな。
むしろ相変わらずバトラ君でいてくれて僕は安心したけどね。
Battler may be bigger, but he's still Battler.
こいつは飛行機でも船でも落ちるのなんのと相変わらず賑やかでな。
Ochiru! Ochiru!
アスムさんの血でしょ？
多分あれだぜ。こいつが小さい頃遊園地で激しめなのばっか乗せて回ったからだ。
身長制限で乗れないんじゃないの？
いやいや、ティーカップとか足こぎボートとかいろいろあるだろ。 そういうのをちょいと激しめに付き合わせたのがまずかったみたいだ。
Oh no. But, you know, those teacup rides can go pretty crazy. Oh, good lord, I could see Rudolph doing that. Just like getting in with Battler and just spinning that wheel. Oh my goodness, that would I can see that making some trauma. Oh boy.
ルドルフ兄さんは昔からそういうのをやりすぎるたちだから。
それはかわいそうに。
バトラ君には同情するよ。
でも安心したわ。乗り物嫌いでこそバトラ君って感じだものね。
Even after all this time, nothing says Battler-kun like a fear of riding things. Imagine being remembered for your fear of riding things.
お兄ちゃんは乗り物が嫌いなんじゃないの。落ちるから嫌いなの。落ちる落ちる。
こら走り回らないの。マリア、お姉ちゃんでしょ。お手本を見せなさい。
失礼します。お茶の配膳に参りました。
A pleasant aroma followed Shannon as she came into the room, pushing a serving cart. Even Ange and Maria, who'd been running around in circles, sat down obediently when they heard there were drinks here.
ところで親父はどうしてんだ？
もうじき降りてくるだろう。ネクタイ一本選ぶのに朝から大騒ぎだよ。
Ah, yes, Kinzo will be down at any moment, I'm sure.
相変わらず当主として威厳ある服装がどうのこうの。
お父さんって昔からネクタイにはやたらうるさいわよね。
こだわりがあられるのでしょう。おしゃれなのは良いことです。
その割に結局いつも同じネクタイで現れるのね。
The family members burst out laughing. The sweet scent of Goda's specially made pumpkin tea spread throughout the parlor, and the calm atmosphere grew more cheery and excited.
ママ見て、ママ見て。パンプキンのクッキーだよ。ハロウィンだ。
あら本当ね。この甘い匂いはかぼちゃなのかしら。
今日のお紅茶は珍しいパンプキンのフレーバーなんですよ。とっても美味しいですから、最初はぜひストレートで召し上がってみてください。
Kabocha is pumpkin? Oh, okay. Huh.
姉さん、袖気をつけて。
かぼちゃの紅茶なんてあるんだ。郷田さんはよくこんなのを見つけてくるよな。
美味しいね。なかなかいいよ。かぼちゃの自然な甘みが感じられるね。
かぼちゃを紅茶にね。でもよ、かぼちゃといったら天ぷらが一番だよな。
Pumpkin in tempura. What? Is that a thing?
おお、かぼちゃじゃないの。パンプキンなの。
Pumpkin.
かぼちゃじゃないの。パンプキンなの。
Maria seemed to think that the English word was more fitting for Halloween, but it looked like Ange thought kabocha and pumpkins were entirely different things. Everyone laughed, but Ange, not knowing why she was being laughed at, cocked her head to one side discontentedly. Just when it looked like she was about to get in a bad mood and start grumbling, Maria started teaching her a cookie game, and Ange immediately became engrossed with that distraction. Then the sound of approaching footsteps drifted in from the hallway. When the relatives realized whose footsteps those must be, they straightened up. Those quick footsteps stopped for a moment just outside the parlor door, as though someone was taking a deep breath and setting up a dramatic pause. Then the door exploded open as Kinzo yelled out loud, with Genji and Nanjo standing behind him.
Happy Halloween!
Kinzo is actually here? Also, the return of Darth Kinzo! Well, not quite, but he has the same expression. Oh my. I wonder if Battler set up a game in which it was just like a pretty happy thing, and then there was a gas explosion. And then Burn Hostel's gonna be like, no. As Kinzo shouldn't be here. And if there's an actor playing Kinzo, then I mean, that shouldn't be. That means there would be an extra person. Yeah, I don't think it'd be somebody else dressing up as Kinzo. And besides, they've said before that, well, I'm not sure if these rules were only for that game, but they said before that Kinzo cannot be mistaken, or nobody could be mistaken about Kinzo. If you see him, you know he's Kinzo or not. So something's off about this already.
End trick or treat.
I do like friendly Kinzo though. Again, breath of fresh air. Oh, by the way, for anybody that watches Mashal, the anime Mashal, or is planning to, the headmaster of the academy, the Magic Academy, is the same guy who does Kinzo's voice. Yeah. I thought that was pretty cool. I just saw a short of him the other day. I was like, wait a minute, this guy sounds really familiar. And then I looked it up and it's the same guy. I just thought that was really neat. The cousins shouted it back. The adults returned the greeting too, looking embarrassed and refusing to meet his gaze. Ange alone stood there with her mouth open, unable to comprehend what had just happened.
よくぞ来たぞ我が孫たち。お菓子はくれなきゃいたずらしてしまうぞである。
ほらマリア。おじいさま、ハッピーハロウィーン。今年はすごいの。驚いて驚いて。
Maria picked up a present that had been hidden behind a sofa. Come to think of it, all of the relatives were now holding similar packages.
ほら、エンジェも。これをおじい様に渡して。
Kyrie handed Ange a neatly wrapped present.
Oh, Maria! いつもありがとう!
Yeah, this is definitely not the same Kinzo. But I like friendly Kinzo. I shall treasure him while he lasts.
おじいちゃんは嬉しいぞ!
As Kinzo took Maria's present, a smile broke out across his face, and he rubbed his cheek up against it.
親方様、威厳をお忘れでございます。
そうであったな。嬉しいぞ、我が孫マリアよ。お菓子をくれたので、今年はいたずらは勘弁してやろうぞ。今度はおじい様の番。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。心得ておるぞ。源氏。
こちらを。
Genji fished through something that looked like Santa Claus's sack and pulled out a present addressed to Maria, handing it over to Kinzo.
あれ、マリア。おじいちゃんからのプレゼントであるぞ。これはの、かわいいぞ。マリアにあげるのが惜しいわい。
What in the world?
親方様、威厳。
これは後宮家当主からのマリアへのプレゼントである。これはそのかわいい後宮家の貫禄にふさわしい品であるぞ。心して受け取るがよい。
We must protect this man.
おお、マリア、我がかわいい孫よ。ちっちゃちっちゃちゃ。
Genji's just so done with this. He gave up. Yeah. By this point, even Genji had to give up on Kinzo's dignity. Still, the dignity of the family head had lasted a full 10 seconds longer than usual this year.
おじい様、ハッピーハロウィン。これは僕からです。
ハッピーハロウィン。これは私から。気に入ってくれるといいんだけど。
おお、ジョージにジェシカ。今年もありがとう。私は嬉しいぞ。
With tears streaming down his face, Kinzo hugged George and Jessica.
そしてバトラか。よく戻ってきたな、後宮家に。寂しかったぞ、この6年間。
いや、まあそのハッピーハロウィン。 気に入ってくれるかわからねえけど。
良いのだ良いのだバトラーよ。言いたいこともあろう、聞きたいこともあろう。だが今はそれはなしだ。
じいさ
ん、よく後宮家に戻ってきてくれたな。私は嬉しいぞ。
Slowly, Kinzo moved forward and hugged Battler. Oh, what? Suddenly, notification. Battler drew back at first, but then he understood Kinzo's feelings and hugged him back. Ange watched the scene play out, shocked. Was Ushiromiya Kinzo always this kind of person?
エンジェ、次はお前の番だぞ。
ほら、それをおじい様に渡して。
あ、うん。
Ange didn't have a clue what was going on. She took the present her mother had given her and walked forward timidly. Kinzo's face, which had looked so cheery a second ago, suddenly became stern as soon as Ange stepped forward. No, it didn't become stern. That expression was the one always worn by the Kinzo inside Ange's mind. This was Ushiromiya Kinzo. He was fickle, short-tempered, and always wore a stern expression on his face. This was the most terrifying person in the Ushiromiya family. It felt as though the world suddenly went quiet, and it only did it when I stepped forward. Why? Why only for me? But isn't this how it should be? Isn't this the Ushiromiya Kinzo I expect? The Ushiromiya Kinzo I understand? I was like a puppet carrying a tea tray. I walked forward, bewildered, with the present held out in front of me, and stopped in front of Kinzo. Without letting his expression change in the slightest, Kinzo slowly reached out and touched the present. In an instant, Ange was caught in a firm embrace, present and all. Kinzo's white beard rubbed against her cheek. Genji, his dignity is long gone.
Genji, すまぬ。
As the old man blew his nose, he didn't look like he could possibly be anyone other than a kindly grandpa overcome with tears at his grandchildren's gifts.
ありがとう、エンジ。聞けば体調が悪いのに無理をしてきてくれたそうだな。おじいちゃんは本当に嬉しいぞ。さあ、お前にはこれだ。
He pressed a large gift box to Ange's chest. She finally realized that all of Kinzo's presents were wrapped differently and in boxes of different sizes.
エンジには何だろうな。毎年じい様が誰に何を送るか自分で考えてるそうだぜ。これだけの大人数をよくやるもんだよな。
毎年自分で。
He does. What every year? He picks what himself? This bizarre ceremony happens every year? The cousins were all happily chattering about what their Halloween presents would be this year. Maria came up to Ange and suggested that they compare the weights of their presents, but for some reason, Ange just stared blankly. After that, the adults also handed their presents to Kinzo one by one, receiving a gift in return, along with considerate words about their health and questions about how they'd been doing recently. Then, after watching to see that all exchanges had been completed, Goda appeared and announced that lunch was ready.
そうか、準備ができたか。さあ、一同諸君、ゴーダ自慢のランチに舌鼓を打とうではないか。さあさあ、食堂へ移動しよう。
どうぞ皆様、ご案内いたします。
プレゼントは私どもでゲストハウスのお部屋へお運びいたします。
どうぞ置いたままでお食事に向かわれてください。
The relatives stood up, leaving their presents where they lay on tables and sofas, and followed Kinzo out of the parlor. Only Ange remained standing there, stunned, as she clutched the present Kinzo had given her. Goda's lunches had never betrayed expectations before. When Hideyoshi said that these meals were the only reason anyone ever came to these family conferences, everyone laughed and nodded. The delicious food caused conversations to erupt all over the room. Gotten so big. How have you been lately? Pretty good. It was a fun meal with everyone asking each other about the latest and laughing together. The Ushiromiya family sat at meals in a specific ranked seating order. So the adult siblings, the cousins, and the spouses all sat in groups. So conversations sprung up naturally. Ange had withdrawn slightly from the cousins' chat and was looking around the dining hall. What are Kinzo and the adult siblings doing? Their conversation seemed to be peaceful and fun. Most of the time, the siblings were mothers or fathers of their own households. However, when they gathered together by themselves in front of Kinzo, that burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they became young and bright as though they'd gone back to being kids again. Rudolph, who was usually an easygoing father who nonetheless had a sense of dignity, became so bright and cheery in this group that it looked almost like there was another battler. Even Kinzo looked peaceful and relaxed. He didn't say a word about money or the inheritance. In fact, he didn't even insult his children or call them incompetent. He just looked like a happy old man, genuinely pleased to have his whole family together for the only time this year. The group of spouses was just as harmonious. The mothers kept bringing up problems with education and household matters, as well as family health issues. Hideyoshi and Nanjo happily joined in on their conversation. And what about the cousins? There was no way such an enjoyable meal with such a fun group of friends could fail to be so raucous. Maria was in her element, showing off her knowledge of Halloween trivia. George and Jessica would nod in understanding. Battler would say something stupid, and Maria would laugh at him. If I wanted, I could easily join in on that conversation. And if the dessert caught my attention, I could easily slip out of the conversation too. It was happiness, both fun and natural. It felt like waking up from a daydream to be greeted by the rays of the springtime sun.
天気予報によると今夜あたりからだいぶ崩れるらしいな。
台風らしいからな。こりゃ今年も一泊じゃ済まなさそうだぜ。
私は一向に構わんぞ。一泊と言わずいつまででも泊まっていくがいい。可愛い孫の顔が何日でも見られるなら私は毎日雨乞いをしてまよいぞ。
よしてよ、仕事があるんだから。
お父様が島を出ればいいんじゃない？そうすればもっと好きな時に孫の顔を見られるでしょうに。
確かに風情はあるが離島の暮らしはそろそろ答えるんじゃありませんか。
都会はうるさい。私の家族だけしかいない静かな島が一番だ。私はここを気に入っている。
でも六軒島じゃいざという時お医者様を呼ぶのにも時間がかかるわ。
同感よ。もうお父様も年なんだからせめて新島に引っ越すべきだと思うわ。
私はもう老いた。家族だけに囲まれて静かに暮らしたい。そして私は幸せ者だ。それを実現できるこの島があるのだから。
お父さん。
しんみりさせてしまったな。諸君、これでゴーダのランチは終了だ。孫たちよ、明日からはずっと雨らしい。晴れているのは今しかないぞ。バラをめでて、それから浜辺を散歩してはどうか。
そうですね。じゃあみんなそうさせてもらおうか。
バラをめでて浜辺を散歩する。貝殻拾いしてガラス拾いもする。
ガラス拾い？なんだそりゃ危ないな。
ガラスのかけらが波に現れて丸くなって綺麗な石になって流れ着いてるんだよ。忘れたかよバトラー。昔一緒に拾ったろ。
ああ、あれガラスのかけらだったのか。俺はてっきりそういう綺麗な石なんだと思い込んでたぜ。
Oh, Battler.
エンジはガラスの石見たことある？ない。じゃあ行こう。マリアが教えてあげるよ。行こう行こう。でも早い者勝ちだよ。
なら私も負けないぜ。誰が一番綺麗で大きなガラス石を拾えるか競争しよう。
やれやれ、ここは一つ童心に戻るとするかな。負けねえぞ。
じゃあ僕たちは浜辺へ行ってきます。
いとこ同士のんびりしてくるがよい。
The cousins rose from their seats and noisily left the dining hall. Maria grabbed Ange's hand and dragged her along. However, Ange's expression was vague and absent-minded, the opposite of Maria's full smile. After everything that's happened, it's so bittersweet to see what could have been. The cousins walked along the beach, playing in all kinds of ways. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. They caught up on news of each other's lives and joked around. They wrote words in the sand. They chased the receding waves and ran from the oncoming ones. The cousins enjoyed the time they had to themselves.
待て待てマリア、今度は許さねえぞ。
転ぶと怪我をするよ。二人とも気をつけて。
風が強くなってきたかな。そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかもしれねえぜ。
そうだね、空も曇ってきた気がするよ。バトラ君、マリアちゃん、そろそろおしまいにして一度ゲストハウスに戻ろうか。
こらこら、聞き分けろおい。じゃあこれでおしまいだ。ほら、俺のガラス石やるよ。
これで一番数が多いのはマリアだから優勝だね。
エンジェ、大丈夫か？
どうしたエンジェ、少し元気ないぞ。
疲れたんだよ。さあみんなで戻ろう。
Ange's expression probably did look tired. However, Battler alone thought he saw something else in it.
なんかあったのか？話してごらん。
なんでもない。
He said that, but something in her expression showed that she was unsatisfied for some reason. Since Ange didn't say what it was, and Battler couldn't think of anything, he was unable to guess any more. So he squeezed her small hand, silently letting her know that she could tell him whenever she was ready. Even though it had seemed like such a bright, sunny day a second ago, the sky turned gray, and the winds started to feel more annoying than pleasant. If they waited around, they would probably see scattered raindrops as well soon.
これであとはずーっと大雨ってわけか。なんだか かげんなりするぜ。
でも短い時間だったけど童心に戻れて楽しかったよ。
このガラス石早くママに見せてあげるの。マリアが優勝したってママに教えるの。
俺が見つけたやつを譲ったんだけどな。
うん、マリアがもらったからマリアのものなの。だからマリアが優勝なの。
Ange walked distractedly, pulled along by her brother. George and the others thought that she had probably woken up too early and was tired, so they didn't try to talk to her too much. As they reached the end of the forested path, the rose garden lay before them. They could see strong winds making the rose bushes wave. Maria ran forward, waving her hands about and yelling. It looked as though Rosa was waving to them from the front of the guest house.
私は一度自分の部屋に戻るぜ。そしたらすぐいとこ部屋に行くよ。
うん、わかったよ。じゃあ後ほどね。
Jessica ran off in the direction of the mansion. George turned around, as though suggesting that they had better get going too. However, when he saw Ange standing still with a crabby look on her face, he realized that something might have put her into a bad mood.
大丈夫かい？
ああ、大丈夫だよ。悪いけど先に行っててくれねえかな。
うん、わかったよ。じゃあ後で。
George headed for the guest house. The only ones left in the rose garden were Battler, who was waving at George, and Ange, who was still staring at the ground and holding Battler's hand. For the past few minutes, he had repeatedly asked Ange what was wrong. He realized that this wasn't anything like a stomachache, or something obvious that had made her grumpy. However, young girls sometimes get upset for reasons that only they can understand. Battler knew this, so he didn't try and rush her in any way, and continued to gaze around the beautiful rose garden, holding her hand.
Oni-chan.
どうした？
どこ？ここ。
She asked the question as though she was talking about something on the other side of the silver screen. Though Battler understood what that question meant, he played dumb.
どこって、六軒島だろ？
違うわ。
違わねえさ。
これのどこが六軒島だっていうのよ。
1986年10月4日のお前が知りたがってた六軒島だ。
嘘よ。
どうして？
こんなの嘘っぱちだわ。
Ange wrenched her hand from her brother's grip. That hand hit a rose and sent flower petals flying.
俺は嘘なんかつかね
これのどこが真実だっていうの？
Ange spat those words out. However, Battler's expression remained calm and composed.
何が気に入らない？
後宮金蔵って
孫たちとしばらくぶりに再会したなら、どこのじいさんだって目尻を下げるだろうぜ。
少なくとも後宮金蔵はそういう人じゃなかったでしょ。後宮金蔵ってのは
厳格で気難しく短気で怒りっぽい。
分かってるじゃない。何よあれ。あれのどこが後宮金蔵なのよ。ハロウィンプレゼント交換。何よそれ。こんなの後宮金蔵じゃない、露見島じゃない。
エンジェは覚えてないのか。
何がよ。
こんなのはいつも恒例だったじゃねえか。
これが。
そうだよな。お前が親族会議に来たのは6歳より前なんだもんな。なら覚えてなくても無理はない。
覚えてなくてもって。
Ange understood what her brother was trying to say. However, she couldn't accept it.
後宮金蔵は確かに厳しい人だったさ。若かった時は相当きつく息子たちに当たっていたらしい。それが半ばトラウマになって、クソ親父たちが未だじいさまのことをおっかながっていることは、まあ確かに外れじゃない。
The grand tale of how Kinzo restored the Ushiromiya family was more than enough to paint him as a rigid, terrifying man. Furthermore, Kinzo was an investor. All the legends and tales that made him seem more mysterious had probably worked in his business's favor. At times, Kinzo may even have acted out this part people expected, endeavoring to make his presence all the more overpowering. That's why the world at large spoke of Ushiromiya Kinzo as a strict, short-tempered man. And they even thought of him as a fickle, bold, incomprehensible eccentric.
でもそれはじいさまの外の顔だ。後宮家で親類一同水入らずで過ごす時の顔じゃない。
What is true? Is all the episodes are based off of the notes found floating in the water. But we've had some stuff written as true. What if this is true? Everything else was just made up. From the outside looking in.
"目尻を下げて孫たちを溺愛する涙腺の緩んだ老人が後宮金蔵の本当の姿だっていうの。
I need more information.
エンジェだって 遊んでもらったり頭を撫でてもらったりしたことがあるはずだ。本当に覚えてないのか？
Stuff like that might have happened once or twice, but that must have been a mere whim of his. My parents told me all the time, grandfather is a terrifying person, so make sure you act properly. He always said that he's very scary, so take care.
だから怖い人なのよ。
幼いお前は親の言いつけを過剰に聞いて鵜呑みにする。よく言えば素直な、悪く言えば思い込みの激しい子だった。親父たちは行儀よくしてるようにと念を押していただけなんだ。
Yeah, this is tricky. Because if Battler is saying the truth now, that would wreck everything else and make them just stories in a bottle. But it would sort of make sense. I don't know.
"さっきも見た通り、じいさまは唐突なお人だ。ひょっとすると何かを驚かそうとしたのかもしれない。あるいは親たちとの真剣な議論の中でつい怒鳴ってしまったこともあったかもしれない。
それを私が勝手に怯えて勝手にそうだと思い込んだっていうの？そんなはずないわ。そんなはずない。だって私は覚えてるもの忘れない。ちゃんと見たわ。後宮金蔵が怒鳴ってる恐ろしいところを。父さんも母さんも怯えていたわ。だからわかるの。私はわかる。
You know, I think this is false. I think Battler's just trying to make Ange think better of her family. Because why else would he need her not to look in that book? Like, before they came to the island, he really didn't want her looking in that book.
「幼いお前が抱いたじいさまの印象はそのまま残り、お前の成長とともに膨らんだ。
How many times did Ange see Kinzo in her life? How old was she the last time she saw him? Ange, who got sick easily when under pressure, couldn't have gone to Rockinjima often. And since she was absent for the family conference when she was 6, her last memories of him must have come from when she was just 5 years old.
お兄ちゃんだって6年間後宮金蔵には会ってないじゃない。
そうだな。でも6年ぶりに帰ってきて、じいさまは6年経っても全く変わってなかったって知ったぜ。
We saw Kinzo. But did he?
金蔵は気まぐれで何を考えてるかわからなくて、不気味なオカルト趣味の鬼人で。
オカルト趣味なのは間違いない。妖精の趣味にしちゃちょいと珍しいものだったのは事実だ。その不気味な収集品で孫を怖がらせてからかう悪い趣味があったことは俺も認める。
Even Battler had been pranked by Kinzo in the past. He'd do things like showing off an attaché case with 7 strange stakes in it, and say something about how they were once used in the Middle Ages to gouge the hearts of victims in a witch's ceremony. When Kinzo did things like that, it was pretty scary. But looking back on it now, they really were childish pranks. Grandfather only scared his grandchildren because he wanted to joke around with them.
じいさまはきっとお前にも同じことをしてからかったと思う。幼いお前がそれに怯えてじいさまを不気味で恐ろしい人だと思い込んだとしても無理もない話だと思う。
お兄ちゃんが何を言ってるのかわからない。
Ange bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She said she didn't understand, but in truth, she understood perfectly and was refusing to accept it.
さっき客間でハロウィンのプレゼント交換があったな。
何よあれ、あんな甘ったるいこと後ろ見上げてやるわけがない。
Yeah, and before they left the chapel, Adler was saying about having her believe him. He wanted her to believe him because that would give her the best outcome. Hmm.
お前はまるで覚えてないんだな。
私もかつてプレゼントをもらったことがあるというの？覚えてない。そんなのあるわけがない。
オカルト好きで西洋かぶれのじいさまがハロウィンをやらないと思うか？じいさまのハッピーハロウィンはもう親族会議の挨拶みたいなもんだったぜ。エンジェラってもらってるはずだ。幼いってのは残酷だな。じいさまが心を込めて選んだろうプレゼントもお前の心には全く残らなかった。
Without love, it cannot be seen.
私が幼かったから覚えてないだけで、あれが真実の10月4日だというの？
あの日も6年前と何も変わらずじいさまはハッピーハロウィンの声とともに客間にやってきたよ。そして俺との6年ぶりの再会に涙をこぼしてくれながら俺とプレゼントの交換をした。じいさまはエンジェが来れなかったことを残念がっていたよ。だからエンジェにぜひ渡してくれとキリエさんにプレゼントボックスを預けていた。 お前に届けることはできなかったな。
私は信じない。あんな後ろ宮金蔵なんて信じない。じゃあ親族会議はどうなの？遺産分配のためのきな臭いものじゃなかったの？親族兄弟たちはみんな資金繰りに困っていた。そのために金蔵の遺産を渇望していた。
エンジェはそんなことをどこで知った？
どこって、そうでしょ？それが真実でしょ？
幼いエンジに親父が自分の会社の経営が苦しいなどと相談すると思うか？親父だけじゃない、クラウスおじさんやエヴァおばさん、ローザおばさんが仮にするにしてもお前がいる前ですると思うか？
だってでも本当でしょ？
In the end, it was true. Ange's words were not mistaken. Not only Rudolph, but even Kraus, Hideyoshi, and Rosa had companies in money trouble. People started talking about the Rokkanjima explosion accident as though it was some sort of conspiracy, and a mystery imagined by the public covered the island. Weekly magazines and television shows researched the circumstances of Kinzo's children at the time, and in the future where Ange lived. That research had been made public.
お前がそれを知ったのは1986年よりも後のことだ。
でも事実でしょ？事実は真実。
I'm still a little conflicted because what if he's saying the truth? I mean, he makes a really good argument, but I don't know.
だからロッケン島での親族たちは遺産をめぐってギスギスしていたってわけか？そこにエンジェの幼い頃の親族会議では粗相がないように行儀よくしているようにと親に重ねて言われて緊張した記憶が重なる。
私の知っているロッケン島が、後ろ宮家が間違ってるっていうの？間違ってるのはお兄ちゃんよ。あんなのありえない、あるわけがない。私は認めないわ、あんな後ろ宮金蔵。断じてあんな後ろ宮金蔵を受け入れることなんてできない。
エンジェは信じないのか？
信じない。お兄ちゃんがどういうつもりでこんなものを見せているのかわからないけれど、だってこれはお兄ちゃんのゲーム、いえゲーム版じゃない。ベアトだのベルンだの何人もの魔女が私の運命を嘲笑い、そのゲームで屈服させようとしてきたわ。でも私は真実を求めている。魔女たちのまやかしなんか通用しない。なるほどね、魔女たちめ。最後の資格に お兄ちゃんを送り込んできたってわけだわ。
そうだな。これは俺のゲームだ。だから確かにこれは俺の物語であり、俺が紡いでいる。だからこそ、もしもお前が島に来ることができたならという if を混ぜることができる。
ほら、お兄ちゃんの物語じゃない。全部お兄ちゃんの嘘っぱちの作り話じゃない。
そうだな。これは全て俺の作り話だ。
Oof. Yeah, so, yeah, it was not the truth. Probably just... Maybe it would... I don't know, somehow help Ange?
"真実よりもっと大切な、どうしても伝えたいことがあるからだ。
真実より大切なこと？何それ？わけわかんない。
それを分からせるためのものが俺のゲームだ。
Just as Bioto's games were made to make Battler believe in witches, Battler's game was made to show Ange something that was more important than the truth. Games never bring about their intended ends by force. After all, Bioto's game could never be won for all eternity, unless Battler acknowledged witches on his own. Battler's game was the same. Battler couldn't win in this game unless Ange acknowledged it herself. So Battler had advanced this game just as Bioto had done in the past. To believe it or not, to accept it or not. The decision lay solely in the hands of the opponent. And so, Battler was trying to enshroud Ange with his own illusion.
ようやく理解したわ。これは私とお兄ちゃんのゲームなのね。
エンジェ、俺はお前とゲームをしているつもりはない。
いいえ、これはゲームだわ。私は1986年10月4日の真実が知りたいと願った。そしてお兄ちゃんは私にそれを見せると言ってこのゲームへ招いたわ。そしておかしな幻想を見せてそれが真実だと私に信じ込ませようとしている。おあいにくね。私魔女たちとのやりとりは慣れてるの。お兄ちゃんが優しそうな顔をして私を騙そうとしてることなんて百も承知なんだから。
He's doing it for your own good, though. Oof. The big brother realized that no words of his would have any effect on his enraged little sister. So he just quietly listened to Ange's words. But even so, Ange was dissatisfied.
もうくだらない茶番は飽き飽きだわ。お兄ちゃんに真実を話す気がないと言うならもうおしまいにして。私は私の真実を自分で探す。お兄ちゃんには頼らない。そうよ、 もともと頼るべき人間なんて私はいつだって一人ぼっちだったわよ。
悪いがこのゲームから降りることは許さない。
ああ、そうだったわね。ゲームマスターが負けを認めない限りゲームは永遠に終わらないんだったっけ。
そんなつもりはないさ。黙って話を聞けってだけのことだ。
ああ、そう。なら黙ってることにするわ。プレイヤーがいなくても駒は勝手に動きゲームは進む。そうだったわよね。
そうだな。プレイヤーを離れ少し傍観者になるといい。そしてまた戻ってきたい時に戻ればいい。
そうさせてもらうわ。これはコンクラベよ。お兄ちゃんが真実をごまかすことを諦めるまでのね。真実より大切なこと？意味わかんない。そんなものあるわけがない。
あるんだよ、エンジェ。仮に俺の物語が真実でなかったとしても、あったとお前は大切なものをこの島でなくしているんだ。
お父さん、お母さん、そしてお兄ちゃん。私が亡くしたのは家族と、そして全てよ。
She spat out those words as though no further questioning would do any good, and looked away. Even as he watched this, Battler's expression remained gentle.
勝手に進めなさいよ。じゃあね、お兄ちゃん。
物語だけはちゃんと見ていろよ。聞くだけでもいい。
気が向いたらね。じゃあ。
Ange's eyes clouded. Then a particularly strong gust of wind blew by, sending her hair flying. The wind must have been carrying some dust with it. Ange's nose twitched, and she sneezed loudly.
お兄ちゃん？
なんだい？
いつまでここにいるの？なんかお天気変。ゲストハウスに帰ろうよ。
Ange's eyes weren't cloudy anymore. However, the tone and atmosphere about those eyes seemed somehow different from before. In a manner typical of young girls, Ange signaled that she was too bored and wanted to go do something. Miss Ange was clearly a 6-year-old Ange.
そうだね。じゃあ、エンジェはゲストハウスに戻ってるといい。お兄ちゃんはまだここにいるよ。
どうして？もうすぐ雨が降ってくるよ。
そろそろ来るはずなんだ。だから、俺は待ってるよ。
待ってるって？誰？え？
Then, to Ange's eyes, it looked as though the strong winds were carrying flakes of gold along with them. No, she had definitely seen something, but she wasn't able to describe what she had seen. So to her, it seemed like flakes of gold dancing on the wind.
来たか。 ずいぶん待ったぜ。
It was as though he was talking to the wind. Hey there, End Dragon. How's it going? Battler spoke to the empty rose garden. That can't be right. After all, it was clear from his words that he was talking to someone right in front of him. So Ange thought it must be someone that she couldn't see, and she rubbed her eyes. Then, when she opened her eyes wide, another large gust of wind blew past her. She shut her eyes immediately, and when she timidly opened them, from the other end of the rose garden, yes, from the path that led up from the harbor, a person appeared. To Ange, it looked as though she had appeared along with a cloud of gold flakes carried by the wind.
So か、むしろ早いぞ。
たまにはお前も一緒に船に乗ればいいんだ。
柵に捕まってお前と一緒に叫ぶか。
いいぜ、叫ぼうぜ。落ちる落ちるってな。
なるほど、それも悪くなかった。認めよう。どうやらわらわが来るのは遅かったらしい。
The pair casually walked up to each other and hugged. It looked like a pair of friends being reunited after several years. Ange, surprised by this unfamiliar woman, looked for somewhere to hide. However, her eyes met Beato's, and she was unable to escape. She was shocked to hear this unfamiliar woman suddenly use her name.
こやつも6歳の頃はなかなかに可愛かったではないか。
お兄ちゃん、この人誰？
お兄ちゃんの友人だ。
友人？それはあんまりだろうが。
Friend zoned.
お兄ちゃんの友達？
こいつはベアトリーチェ。おじいちゃんから聞いたことないか？後ろ宮家に黄金を授けてくれた黄金の魔女の話を。
Haven't I heard that before? The Golden Witch. Now I remember. That was the scary witch who would snatch you up and carry you off into the forest if you didn't listen to your parents or stayed up too late on Rockinjima.
雨の夜、真っ暗な森を窓から眺めてると、魔女と目が合ってさらわれてしまうかもしれないってお母さんに言われた。
ということは、わらわは夜更かしの子供を見張るため、寒い雨の中、窓を一つ一つ覗き込まねばならぬというのか。それはあまりに無体な。
確かに。エンジ、それはお前に夜更かしをさせないための親の作り話だ。彼女はそんなことはしない。
よかろう、名乗ろうぞ。わらわは黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. Parents, sons are made to heal. Been called here for a ceremony involving the return of a vast amount of gold, which the Ushiromiya family received from her grandmother. Rakanjima no longer has any need for the old arguments and tragedies. Hmm.
お孫さんだ。
孫？
お孫さんとはなんとも締まらぬ呼び名であるな。
だってそうだろ。じい様に黄金を授けて黄金の魔女と呼ばれたのはお前のばあ様の話だろうが。
確かにそうではあるが、黄金の魔女の孫か。そのキャッチコピーもう少しマシなものにはならぬのか。
この人魔女なの？
ああ、そうだよ。今日の親族会議に招かれたお客さんだ。
怖い魔女じゃないの？暗い森に私をさらったりしない？
おのれ、ルドルフに切り絵め。一体わらわを何だと思って吹き込んだのやら。わらわはそんなことはせぬわ。後で厳重に抗議する。ブンブン。
She looked like a fiercely emotional person, but she wasn't at all what Ange had expected the creepy golden witch to be like. She was very loud, overreacting to everything. Nothing at all like the witch Maria Onechan had talked about, who had lived for 1,000 years and had various servants from the demon world. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman. The kind Ange's mom might have gotten along great with. Her brother and the witch talked happily together like a pair of close friends. Dogs tend not to trust people they meet for the first time. However, people say that they calm down once they see their owner is on good terms with a stranger. Interesting comparison to make there. Surely something similar to this was going on in Ange's heart. Ange kept staring at this pushy, temperamental woman calling herself a witch, as she chatted happily with her brother. Beato noticed the gold key hanging from Ange's neck. Ange automatically and defensively grasped it.
Angeの大切な鍵だ。
After hearing these vague words, the witch stared blankly for a second. But almost immediately, she seemed to understand what he meant.
なるほど。そういうことか。
すべきことを明確にした方が分かりやすいだろうと思ってな。
安心せよエンジェ。そなたの大切な鍵を奪ったりなどせぬぞ。
本当に？
もちろんであるとも。それはそなたの鍵であり、そなたが決めることである。バトラム、そしてわらわたちもそなたを導く道しるべの役にしか過ぎぬのだから。
When her brother gave her the key, he had said that it was very important, so she had to take good care of it. Ange didn't have a clue what the key was for, but it looked like Beato did. However, just like her brother had done earlier, Beato only spoke in riddles. This irritated Ange, But for the time being, the Golden Witch said that she didn't intend to steal the key. So Ange calmed down a little.
あなたはこの知っているの？
もちろんであるとも。だがそれを教えるわけにはいかぬ。
どうして？
その鍵をどう使うかはそなたが自分で決めねばならぬからだ。
The witch said the same thing as my brother. The pair nodded to each other, but it was all Greek to me. Now that's a saying I haven't heard in a long time. It felt like someone had laid out a riddle that everyone knew but me, and everyone was making fun of me.
やがてわかる。無理に考える必要はない。
Ange held the key tightly. Even if she didn't understand what it meant, it was her own key, and her big brother had told her to take good care of it. With her youthful suspicion, she was scared that the witch might ask her to hand it over, saying that she'd teach her how to use it. Of course, her thought showed up clearly on her face. The witch couldn't help but laugh at that honest expression.
安心せよ。そなたのその鍵は誰にも奪うことはできぬのだ。
誰にも奪えない？
そういう魔法が込められているとでも理解せよ。とにかく安心するがよい。わらわもバトラも、そして島の誰もそなたから鍵を奪うようなことはせぬ。
本当に？
ああ、本当だよ。そういう魔法がかかってるんだ。
The key was hanging around her neck like an ordinary necklace. Ange could take it off right now if she wanted, and if an adult tried to use force, it seemed like it would be easy for them to take it away. However, both her brother and the witch said that it was protected by a magic that would stop anyone from stealing it.
魔法なんて本当にあるの？
Even the 6-year-old Ange knew about the word magic. However, she also realized that real magic didn't exist, and that certain kinds of magic tricks were sometimes called magic. However, her brother and the witch were talking about magic itself. Magic doesn't exist. Actually, she's gonna say Santa Claus doesn't exist. Think of that.
ああ、魔法は存在する。
本当に？
マリアもよくわらわのことを話しているであろう。魔女はいると、魔法は存在すると、そなたによく語ったはずだぞ。
True, Maria had talked about that many times. When they were just playing, Ange had believed her more or less. However, Ange was, in some ways, sharp for her age. And when she heard Maria talking happily about magic, she sometimes thought that such a thing couldn't really exist.
なら見せて。
ん？
見せて魔法。じゃなきゃ信じない。
おいおい、レアとは島に来たばかりでまだ屋敷に挨拶にも行ってないんだぞ。
Rattler spoke as though he was trying to smooth something over. When she heard that, Ange became sure that magic didn't exist after all.
魔女なんて嘘っぱち。エンジェは知ってるもん。
おい、よすんだ。 ベアトが気を悪くする。
よいよい、魔女に会えば誰だって同じことを問うだろう。いつもならばこのような幼子の挑発に付き合いはせぬのだが、バトラの妹であるからな。特別に披露してやってもよい。
いいのか。
よいよい、では見せよう、エンジ。
Though Ange had challenged the witch, now that she was about to be shown magic, she looked a bit hesitant. She gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Ange's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Ange, thinking that she was about to be turned into a frog, shrank back. However, after waiting a while and grinding her teeth, she realized that nothing was happening. So the part of her that had been scared began to get angry.
何も起こらないの？
早とちりするでない。まだ魔法を使ってはおらぬぞ。わらわの手のひらをよーく見るがよい。種も仕掛けもないな。
Oh, so that's what she's doing. Now that she finally understood, Ange checked both sides of the witch's hand.
何もないよ。
よく見ておれ。こうして握る。そして人差し指を立てる。
She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Ange's eyes. Ange, thinking that she'd lose the game if she took a step back, stood her ground and concentrated on the fingertip. By the way, is that the seal ring on her middle finger?
人差し指の先をよーく見ておれ。行くぞ。早いぞ。
The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Ange looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, up, down, left, right, then left again. Ange, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. Ever since she was very young, Ange had hated to lose. She would take even the most trivial games seriously, determined not to lose to the adults. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Ange didn't lose track of it. Then, the high-pointing finger was swung down all of a sudden. The index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist. Could it be that something was going to come out of that hand? Ange, who had suspected that this might happen, had followed the finger very closely. There was no way that once empty hand could have grabbed anything. The witch slowly opened her right fist, and there...
どうしてお兄ちゃん。
The witch gave the cutely wrapped candy to Ange as a present. Ange took it and desperately searched for some kind of trick on it, but it was just an everyday, ordinary candy.
どうして？デジナでしょ、お兄ちゃん。お兄ちゃん。
いいや、魔法だよ。エンジェもずっと見てただろ。
Since I was watching the whole time, how did it happen? Ange didn't like it. She was unable to see that, or how that could have been anything other than magic. As the little sister furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, her brother gently told her again that it was magic.
そろそろ屋敷へ挨拶に行く。バトラも付き合うがよい。わらは一人では窒息してしまうわ。
そうか。じゃあお供させてもらうかな。エンジェはどうする？ゲストハウスに戻ってるか？
お兄ちゃんと一緒がいい。
She still couldn't accept it. However, could it really be? She still looked grumpy, but it looked like she was getting interested in this witch.
さあ、では行こうではないか。黄金の魔女の帰還であるぞ。
黄金の魔女の孫の帰還だけどな。
そのキャッチコピー、もう少しなんとかならぬものか。
The big brother and the witch really did seem close. With kindred spirits like a pair of comedians, they started walking. Ange held onto the corner of her brother's sleeve, trying to make sure he didn't forget about her. I sort of wonder if the book Battler made for Beatrice is like Pandora's box. It's like we have this dream of what could have been, and then if the box is opened, it's ruined. The truth is let out, but at what cost? That would be interesting. The VIP room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkin tea and packed with smiles and laughter.
それは良い。元気そうで何よりだ。
そなたも元気そうで何よりだ。余命いくばくとは肩払いたいわ。
そなたに元気を分けてもらってるだけだ。書斎に戻れば枯れ果てた年寄りが窓辺でほうけているだけよ。
そなたの死ぬ死ぬ詐欺にはもううんざりしている。もう諦め、100まで元気に生きると誓ってしまえ。
俺もじいさまには6年ぶりに会ったけど全然変わってねえんで驚いたもんな。
バトラめ、この6年で世辞まで学んだか。残念だがそれは節穴というものよ。しっかりかっきり老いぼれておるわ。
金蔵が100歳になってピンピンしているのに1000円かけるぞ。
ああ、俺も100 100歳になってもじいさまは今と変わらないさ。
これ以上褒めても何も出ぬというのに。
Kinzo laughed cheerily. Beato, who sat next to Battler, was also laughing merrily. Ange stood all alone by the window, staring at the others and trying to figure out what sort of relationship the witch of the portrait and her grandfather had. There was a knock on the door.
源氏か。入るがよい。
失礼いたします。クラウス様と夏日様がお越しでございます。
お父さん。おお、バトラ君も一緒かね。
ご無沙汰しております、ベアトリーチェさん。おかわりはありませんか？
相変わらずであるわ。さあ座れ座れ。エンジェもどうしてそんな窓際にいるというのか。こっちへ来て座るがいい。
エンジェ、こっちにおいで。
ここで見てるからいい。
Ange grasped the candy she had gotten from Beato tightly, and with a gaze that was still wary, she continued to stare. Genji offered her a chair, but Ange just shook her head.
好きにさせてやりなさい。さあ、クラウスも夏日もそこに座るがいい。
何か重要な話でも？俺とエンジェは席を外した方がいいかな。
おいおい、そなたが帰ったらわらわは誰に相槌を打たせればいいというのだ。金蔵、バトラがいても構わぬであろう。
隠す話でもない。構わぬ。
However, he had called Kraus and Natsui to the VIP room to meet Beatrice, the Golden Witch. It was hard to imagine that Kinzo wanted to have a casual conversation. After Kinzo said he didn't mind, Beato also asked Battler to stay, so he decided to do so. In order to avoid getting in the way of their conversation, Battler stood up from the sofa and walked over to Ange's window. When the big brother finally came back to Ange, she clung to his waist, as though determined not to let him go again.
ああ、なるほど。どうしてわらわがエンジェに嫌われているかわかったぞ。
どうしてだ？エンジェは別にお前のことを嫌ってなんかないだろ。
これだからバトラは女心がわからぬのだ。
Darn it, Battler. Beato smiled at Ange, but the latter turned to look the other way.
女は幼くとも女であるな。
When Beato stopped laughing, the conversation switched gears. Why on earth did Kinzo summon Kraus and Natsui to the VIP room? And what was he going to talk about? Everyone fell automatically silent.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。滅ぶ運命にあったはずの後ろ宮家を救ってくれた大恩、一日たりとも忘れたことはないぞ。
感謝せい感謝せい。
じい様が感謝してるのはお前のばあさんの方だからな。
やかましい。
いいや、同じことです。莫大な黄金を3代にもわたり後宮家に貸し付けてくれました。それも無償で。
本当にいくら感謝してもしたりません。
黄金などわらわにはレンガも同じよ。置き場もないから金蔵が預かっててくれて助かる。
ひゅー、死ぬ前に一度は言ってみたいセリフだぜ。
黄金の魔女ってお金持ちなの？
そりゃそうだな。何しろ10トンもの黄金をほいっとじい様に貸し出したんだからな。
そうだ、必ず返すと約束し、もう数十年も借りている。その恩はもはや返しきれないほどだ。
当家が感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありませんねえ、あなた。
無論だとも。3代にわたりベアトリーチェさんたちが気前よく貸してくれなかったら後宮家はとうに滅んでいましたと。辣腕のお父さんとて軍資金がなければ何もできなかったのですから。
もはや金が金を呼び、黄金の軍資金は静かに眠るのみだ。クラウス、私が何を話そうとしているかわかるか
？Since the moment Kraus had been summoned here, he had guessed what Kinzo was hinting at now. All things borrowed must be returned someday. That day had finally come.
はい、わかっています。お父さん。
ベアトリーチェよ、私はもう追い先はわずかだ。おそらく今日のこれが私とお前が会うことのできる最後の親族会議になろ
何を気弱なことを。そんなことがあろうはずもない。
Iato alone laughed. She looked at Battler, so he laughed along with her. But Kinzo and the others remained silent. Apparently, there existed some major concerns about Kinzo's health.
無論来年すぐに死ぬつもりもない。しかし来年会おうと絶対の約束をすることはおそらくできぬ。私はいついかなる時でもできぬ約束をした試しは一度もない。
そのようなことを胸を張って言われると、わらわも返す言葉がないぞ。本気で言っているのか？
ベアトリーチェよ、もうしっかりとけじめをつけたいのだ。私がこうして元気であるうちにな。だから私は今日それを決心することとした。
おじい様は何の話をしているの？
静かに。じい様は今からとても大事な話をする。
By now, even Battler understood what Kinzo was about to propose. Iato probably realized it too. At one time, the Ushiromiya family had ruled the skies like an eagle, before being crushed by the Great Kanto earthquake. The eagle had one of its wings torn off, and it crawled in the mud, on the point of death. Then they were saved by the Golden Witch's golden miracle. Under the Golden Witch's protection, the eagle had nursed its wounds for many years. And now, finally, it was time for the eagle to leave the nest the witch had provided.
そなたの祖母より借り受けた黄金をすべてそなたに返還する。クラウス、異論はないな。もとよりあの黄金は後宮家のものではないのだ。
無論です。何の異論もありませんとも。
良いのかクラウス、そなたは投資家であろう。金はいくらあっても足りぬであろうが、金蔵から黄金を譲り受けたいと思っていたのではないのか。
それを言われれば確かに否定は難しい。しかしもとより父とあなたの契約であり、そしてもともとあなたの黄金です。
主人は仮にも次期当主。お父様が一代にて当家を復興させたように、主人も一代で当家を繁栄させるでしょう。そしてそれは主人と私で成し遂げることです。
よくぞ言った。その息であるぞ。
10トンの黄金に未練はないというか。やれやれ、大したものよ。黄金の魔法が効かぬ相手には魔女も型なしであるな。
そなたに黄金を返還する。だが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが後宮家にとって最大の恩人であることは未来永劫変わらぬぞ。
They would return the gold once lent by the Golden Witch. It was both simple and clear. However, the expression worn by the Golden Witch herself was slightly lonely. Ange couldn't understand why this was.
返すというものをいらん、やるとも言えぬしな。やれやれ。
Beato rose from the sofa. Then she walked up to the window and looked down at the rose garden waving in the wind.
クラウスよ、我が遺産についても私が生きているうちにお前たちに贈与することにした。
お父さん。
私が死ねば葬式で大忙しな上に遺産はどうするのかとエヴァたちががっついてくるであろうが、今から分けておけば葬式が気楽になるというものよ。クラウス、メモを取れ。源氏も書記を頼む。これより財産の分け方を説明する。
Hinzo immediately began explaining how the inheritance would be split up. Battler, realizing that he shouldn't be listening in on this conversation, walked over to where Beato was loitering by the window.
よう、大金持ち。黄金が余ってるなら少しは引き取るぜ。
Darn it, Battler.
黄金など薪に変えて炉にくべればシチューを煮る程度の使い道はあるというものよ。
どうしたよ。なんだかつまらなそうな顔してんな。
とうとうこの日が来たか。 寂しいものよな。
そうか？
わらわの魔法で後宮家はよみがえり、そして六軒島は生まれた。その後宮家がもうわらわの黄金の力には頼らぬという、わらわの魔法から巣立つということだ。
そうだな。そういうことになるな。
わらわは六軒島を魔女の島とわらわの島と呼んできた。
そうだったな。
その六軒島がわらわに黄金を魔法を返すという。六軒島が魔法から目覚める日が来たということだ。
そうだな。
最後のゲームと分かってはいたさ。しかしこういう形ではあっても、それを切り出されるとは意外に応えるものよ。
お前って結構さっぱりしてそうに見えて未練タラタラなタイプなのな。
残忍で必要なタイプは大抵は寂しがり屋で未練がましいものよ。
そうだな。お前はそういうやつだもんな。
わらわとそなたのためのゲームだった。
楽しかったぜ。お前が6年の間に練りに練った愉快なゲームだった。
かつてわらわはそれを互いを苛む永遠の拷問と称したっけな。
永遠が永遠であると信じられるうちが一番幸せなのさ。物事には全て終わりがある。そしてそれを自覚しなければならない。
目を背けずにな。
昇らぬ日はないように沈まぬ日もねえってことさ。
Of course, Ange didn't have the slightest idea what her brother and the witch were talking about. However, even as young as she was, he could feel that the pair had spent an incredibly long time together, and that they understood each other so well that they might as well be a married couple. Then, Beato noticed her reaction.
レンジェ、わらわたちはかつて互いのためにゲームを紡いだ。しかしそれはもう終わった。このゲームは今わらわたちのためでなくそなたのために紡がれているのだ。
They were speaking in riddles again. Grasping the key that hung by her chest, Ange looked at her brother's face.
今日という日の猫箱の中身を俺たちはエンジェに届けなくちゃならない。お前に持たせたその鍵は猫箱を開くための鍵なんだよ。
Oh?
猫箱って？
今日という日のことだ。
エンジェがあれほどたどり着きたいと願った今日にお兄ちゃんは魔法の奇跡でエンジェを招いた。エンジェは最後の魔女として今日という日を語り継がなくちゃいけない。
それは私がここに残ってはいけないということ？
Ange's tone was slightly tense. She understood what her brother meant, and it made her frown.
私は1986年の六軒島へたどり着きたくてどれほど長い間苦しんだことか。そして私はやっとたどり着いたの。なのにそれを追い出すの？お兄ちゃんは言ったわ、私が自分で決めていいって。
そうだな、確かにそう言った。
帰らないわよ、私は。そしてまるで私を甘やかすかのようなこのおかしな作られた物語もやめて。私は今日という日の真実を知りたいの。
12年を経ても遡りても気難しい女であるな。
うるさいわね、あんたには聞いてないわよ。それにあんたこそ何よそのざまは。黄金の魔女は復活の儀式のためにやってきたんじゃないの？雷鳴と共に島に現れ、これから13人もの人々を生贄に捧げようとしてるんでしょ。そのあんたがなんでこんなにものんびり団らんしてるのよ。わけがわかんない。
わけがわからぬのはそなたの方であるぞ。なんだそなたは、わらわにそんなにも人殺しがしてほしいのか。
あんたはそれを物語に記してメッセージボトルに封じて海に投じたわ。後の世界にはそのうちの2本が伝わってる。どちらもひどい連続殺人の物語じゃない。
2本しか流れ着かなかったとは残念残念。一番の力作だったランドが人目に触れなかったのは残念なことだ。
前から聞きたかったんだが、あのメッセージボトルは何なんだ。
そなたとのゲームを練りながらその過程で生み出した派生の物語のようなものよ。一つのゲーム版から異なる複数の物語を無限に紡ぎ出せることに気づき、面白くなってしまってな。
いつか俺に読ませようと書き溜めてたわけか。
あまりの力作にそなたを待つのが惜しくなってな。孤島物の古典に習い、わらわもそれを瓶に封じて海に投じてみたのだ。ミステリアスであろう。
Huh? Wait. She threw the bottles into the ocean before he returned? What do they mean by this?
あれはあんたの犯行計画書よ。あなたは黄金のありかをちらつかせながら親族の不和を煽り、残酷な連続殺人事件を目論むのよ。
やれやれ、1998年ではわらわはそういうことになっておるのか。なるほど、無理もないことであるな。
はあ？何を開き直ってんのよ。私を拍子抜けさせようと目論んでるの？私は騙されないわよ、ベアトリーチェ。お兄ちゃん、私に魔女はいると屈服させたいんでしょ？その手には乗るもんですか？私はお兄ちゃんの手なんか借りなくたって一人で真実にたどり着いてみせる。
ここがその真実であるというのにか？そなたはかつてグレーテルと名乗ったが、 どうやらミチルと名乗った方がふさわしいようだぞ。
Mito? Huh? What's that name? The Bluebird. The Bluebird is a 1908 play by Belgian playwright and poet Maurice Maeterlinck. Read it on... okay, what's it about? The story is about a girl called Middle and her brother Tiltil seeking happiness, represented by the blue bird of happiness, aided by the good fairy Berryloon. Let's see. In the opening scene, the two children gleefully describe the beautiful decorations and rich desserts that they see in the house of a wealthy family nearby. The Berryloon says it's wrong for the rich not to share their cakes. The boy corrects her. It is enough that he gets to watch others' happiness. Their joy does not create envy in him. I think it was emphasized again when the children meet the luxuries, particularly the biggest one of all, the luxury of being rich. When Tiltil turns the diamond, the hall is bathed with dazzling brightness. At the end of the play, Tiltil shows what he's learned about happiness. He looks out the window in the forest and remarks how beautiful it is. Well, what? It doesn't say anything about middle, or... yeah, middle. This doesn't say anything about middle, just what Tiltil does. I'm gonna guess middle is like the other side. I don't know, with negative emotions. I mean, that seems to be what this is implying anyway. Or from context, it seems like someone... I don't know. Anyway, it's not a good thing. I guess. And tried to slap Beato's cheek. However, the difference between their heights was so great that Beato dodged before the hand could reach her.
バカバカしい。バカバカしい。私は認めないわよ。こんな茶番が真実なんて絶対に認めないんだから。
After Ange yelled those words, her eyes grew cloudy. They cleared up almost immediately. By that time, she had already gone back to her 6-year-old self.
そうだな、エンジェ。それがわらわが残した罪であり、最後の物語を用意する理由なのだ。
As Ange stared blankly, uncomprehending, Beato gently patted her head.
そうとも、この物語は茶番である。真実であろうはずもない。しかしそれでも、いや、そうしてでも。そなたにはどうしても伝えたいことがあるのだ。
ベアト、それはもう俺が伝えてる。それ以上無理強いしたくない。
そうか。
お兄ちゃんたちが何の話をしているのかわかんない。エンジェもう眠いよ。
そうだな。俺たちはおいとました方が良さそうだ。
金蔵よ、わらわはまだここにいなければならぬのか？
おすまぬ。そなたはもう少しここにおれ。続けるぞクラウス。それでだが、福音の家への援助についてはクラウスが後宮家当主の義務としてこれを継続し。
やれやれ、すまんなバトラ。わらわは送ってやれぬようだ。源氏よ、この二人をゲストハウスまで送ってやってくれぬか？
Oh, we seem to be having internet issues.
Ka shikomarimashita. バトラ様、エンジェ様、ご案内いたします。
You know what? I'll use the bathroom. Maybe we'll take a bit of a longer break. The internet issues might not go away by the time we're back, but shouldn't be around long afterwards. Hopefully. Let's take a 10-minute break. And yeah. Back in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. Looks like we're still having some internet issues. Hopefully they won't last much longer. There we go. Yeah, like it, like it. Pain. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Following Genji now.
ありがとう。じゃあな、ベアト。後で。
うん。そなたとは語りたいことが山ほどだ。それに今夜は水入らずで過ごしたいぞ。たまには夫婦らしいこともせぬとな。
なんだよ、夫婦らしいことって。
Oh, interesting. Because Ange had gotten so bored, she had grown very sleepy. It would probably be best for her to take a quick nap. Battler walked through the windy rose garden, pulling her by the hand. When he questioned their guide, Genji, he learned that the old servant had known beforehand of Kinzo's desire to return the gold to Byato and settle the inheritance problem early.
親方様は人生を終えるという最後の仕事の準備をお始めになったということでございます。
自分が死んだ後のことなんて人は普通考えないぜ。やっぱじいさまはスケールが一つ違うぜ。
今日は後ろ宮家が黄金の魔女の庇護から飛び立つ新しい飛翔の日なのでございます。
確かに。かっこいい言い方だな。
Apparently, a grand Halloween party was to be held tonight, and Goda and the others had been ordered to start getting ready for it. However, it wouldn't just be a party. It would be a ceremony to mark the return of Beatrice's gold. At the start of dinner, Grandfather would make the announcement, and the 3 generations of Beatrices would be thanked for their gift to the family with a round of applause. Apparently, this was what they had planned.
親父たちにはまだそれは秘密なんすか？
一応は秘密にしております。ただ、親方様のお考えは唐突に今日思いついたものではありません。もう何年も前から今日という日について考えを重ねられ、時にご兄弟の皆様に相談もされておりました。おそらく今宵の発表に驚かれる方はいないでしょう。
うちのクソ親父、どうやら会社のことで金の工面が大変そうだし、じい様からのちょいと早い遺産のプレゼントに舞い上がっちまうかな。
むしろ大きな責任に奮い立たれるでしょう。ルドルフ様は島を出られ、大成し見事な成功を収められました。しかしそれは親方様の財産によって支えられたものです。
それが唐突に遺産をドンと出され、これからはお前の力だけで頑張るのだぞとなるわけか。 てプレッシャーがあるかもな。
ご兄弟の皆様は親方様というあまりに偉大すぎる父親にもう何十年も苦しんできました。偉大すぎる親はただ存在するだけで子には重しになるものなのです。
それが今夜本当の意味で一人前になって巣立つってわけだ。
親方様は今宵を黄金の返還式とお呼びになるようです。ですが最初は生前葬と呼ぼうと考えておいででした。
生前の葬式じゃなんだか落ち込んじまう。新しい出発の日、巣立ちの日って方が確かに後宮家にはぴったりだぜ。
Yeah, that would be a little dark for a celebration. Living funeral. Boy.
お兄ちゃん、眠い。
Ange's sleepy.
ほら、もうゲストハウスに着くよ。お母さんの部屋へ行くか、それともいとこ部屋に。
どこでもいい。晩ご飯まで寝てる。
Ange, still holding her brother's hand, crouched down and looked as though she was about to fall asleep. Battler lifted her up and carried her. As she felt the warmth and safety of her brother's back, Ange drifted off into sleep. What happened that day? Just what on earth happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Because of the massive size of the Rockenjima explosion accident, the time of the explosion was known almost exactly, down to the minute. That time was October 5th, midnight. The sheer improbability of that round number proved that the accident had been produced by artificial means. Later on, the following statements were collected from individuals who knew Ushiromi Akinzo while he was still alive. During his lifetime, Ushiromi Akinzo built a clock rigged to blow up the island at exactly midnight. This clock was apparently inside his secret study. When he felt mentally cornered and wanted to think up a brilliant plan, he would activate that device and use the tension of the approaching midnight to bring some flash of inspiration to him. Oh, and there we go. Looks like we're back. No more internet problems. Excellent. While Ushiromi Akinzo still lived, this was only thought of as a tall tale about this eccentric man. But the fact that the Rockenjima explosion accident occurred at exactly midnight supported the theory.
クレイジーな話だわ。
その狂気の狭間に魔法めいた力を求めたに違いありません。精神的な瞬発力とでも言えば、そう眉唾な話でもないでしょう。
Professor Otsuki. Professor Otsuki spoke passionately. Witch hunters, enthusiasts who treat the mad fantasy surrounding Rockenjima as their plaything. Ange had no reason to love these people, who embellished the deaths of her family just for the fun of it. How ironic it was to Ange, who wanted to know what happened on that day, that such people knew more about that island than anyone else.
その仕掛けを使えば島を跡形なく吹き飛ばすことができる。後には何も残らない。あそこで何があったとしてもなかったことにできる。
後宮エバ氏が何がしかの陰謀の首謀者であるとする説は早くからささやかれてきました。しかしあれだけの大爆発をいかにして起こしたのかが説明できずにいました。
その仕掛け時計によりそれが可能であったことが証明された。
さようです。後宮エバ氏は24時に爆発すること、そしてその爆発半径について十分に理解した上でクワドリアンに避難していたと考えられます。
財産を独り占めにするためにみんなを殺して爆発によってその痕跡を消した。
そう考えると六軒島のミステリーは最も筋が通ります。エバ氏があの日あの島で何があったのか語ろうとしないことにも合点がいくわけです。
Where was that rigged clock, and how did Ava find it? Several forgeries have speculated on this matter. There's no need for me to waste time thinking about it. How did they know the clock was real? Like, who told them this? Ava activated the clock device, hid in Kuadorian to escape the blast, and was therefore the only one to survive. That was everything, the answer which eloquently told the whole story. When Ava first adopted me, our relationship wasn't that bad at all. I asked her several times, what happened that day? Every single time she answered was to say that she didn't remember. What if Bernkastel did show the truth? I mean, everybody was so different, but it would explain why Ava didn't want to talk about things. But, well, she must have been flustered at the time. The very first time I asked, she answered like this. I can't tell you about it. It was a slip of the tongue. She knew what had happened that day. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. That's weird. I'm showing you that. What in the world? Now it's showing a bit of internet problem again, but it's weird because sometimes it goes higher than the bitrate that I tell it to. What? And now I have a bad connection, but the bitrate is the same. What in the world? I don't know what's going on now. I'm not dropping any frames, it's just showing the connection is bad. Weird. Anyway, well now it seems back to normal. Okay. Yeah, she knew what had happened that day, and she left this world without telling even a bit of the truth. The explosion happened exactly midnight. People speculated it's a time bomb. I mean, it sounded like somebody who knew Kinzo confirmed that there was a clock device bomb, but like everybody's taking it as truth, so I don't know if they're actually confirming that it's the truth, or like it's just speculation. No one tells Angie about the bomb, it's just rumor. Okay. But Ava knew what happened. Yeah, it really makes me wonder if Bernkastel's little story was the truth. The beginning of the internet era? Yeah. Ava sealed the truth in a cat box and left this world, taking the key with her. There can only be one answer. She was behind everything. She got to keep all of the family wealth to herself and became super rich. No, there's not just that one answer. Because even if what Bernkastel showed wasn't the truth, then I mean, there's still the possibility that somehow she was just defending herself and she was like the last survivor or something. But I doubt she'd ever kill George. And well, I don't know. Hideyoshi? I mean, I doubt she'd kill Hideyoshi. But that one, was it the third game? Yeah, with Ava Beatrice. That was strange. Afterwards, she lamented the fact that her beloved son would never inherit any of what she had created, and she cursed me. Just remembering that old bitch makes me want to vomit. What happened that day? That's what I want to know. It's my only goal. The one reason I'm still alive. However, later on, I had to come to grips with the fact that my goal was an abstract one. You know, without love it cannot be seen. Angie has no love for Ava. I can kill everyone, yeah. Yeah, it... Like, if... Yeah, and if Ava killed everyone... She probably would have had to, well, she would have at least not acted so kind to Ange. I mean, there's still the possibility, but I doubt it. And then it's entirely reasonable that if Ange came to hate her for not telling her what happened and started to blame her and everybody else is blaming her, everybody just sort of drove Ava crazy. And that's how she turned into the bitter old woman that she turned into. Made sense Ava killed everyone? I would draw this conclusion. True. Well, I mean, for the public, maybe, yeah. Yeah. But the public has no love for the individual. And without love, it cannot be seen. Also, I don't think I said hello. Hey there, Great 35p. I know I've been talking to you now for a few minutes, but I never said hello. So hello. After all, though I don't know what happened that day, if it's a question of who did the crime, that's already clear. Darn it, Ange. Ushiromiya Ava. She's the culprit. That has never changed since the beginning.
Are you sure about that?
That's right. I'm not trying to find out what happened that day. I'm trying to find out what Ushiromiya Ava did that day. Darn it, Ange. If I can reveal that, then I can expose Ava's evil, even though she's already dead. That is my true goal. The police also suspected that the accident might be a crime, and they did investigate. However, no matter how much they inspected the crater that had once been Rokkenjima, they didn't find anything at all. The public and the witch hunters cornered Ava with several bits of circumstantial evidence, but not a single bit of physical evidence was found. Though Ava was only the merest fraction of a shade away from guilty, they were unable to expose her crimes. My goal isn't anything as vague as learning what happened that day. It's to expose the crime Ushiromiya Ava committed that day, and to have my revenge. I haven't been able to expose Ushiromiya Ava's crime, so people are acting as though the events on the island were all done by some bizarre golden witch. Defeating the golden witch means exposing Ushiromiya Ava's sin. I won't forgive Ushiromiya Ava. I'll certainly hate her and take revenge for my family. That is Ushiromiya Ange's one and only reason for living. Oof.
それだけ嫌われりゃ会長もあの世で笑いが止まらねえでしょうぜ。
うるさいわね。あのクソババアの罪を暴くのよ。全て吹き飛ばして完全犯罪なんて私は認めない。絶対に。
つまりお嬢の旅は家族のための復讐の旅ってわけだ。
悪い？
まさか生きる目的があるの大いに結構ですぜ。
それ切ってくれる？
おやエムザッキーはお嫌いで
Amakusa turned the radio off. The dull sound of the engine became the background music that filled the car.
おかしい？弔い合戦なんて。
別にそれを生きる目的にしてる連中に戦地じゃよく会いましたから。
あんた傭兵で戦場に行ったことあるのよね。
まあほどほどには。
家族の仇を取るために戦っている人って強い？
そりゃ強いですぜ。家族の仇を取るために体に爆弾を巻きつけて自爆するやつだっている。人は仇討ちのために死ねる生き物ですぜ。
そうね。私も死ねるわ。
少年兵ってやつをご存知で？
子供の兵隊？
そうです。親を亡くした身寄りのない子供たちが武装勢力に拾われて兵士になるんです。パンと銃を与えられ、復讐の方法を教えられる。所詮は子供、使い捨てですがね。引き金さえ引けりゃ戦場じゃ誰だって兵士になれる。
私がそれだって言いたいの？
復讐は生きる目的になります。そして兵士になれるほどの力も与えます。親の亡骸にすがって泣くことしかできなかった少女が一夜にして兵士に生まれ変われるほどの奇跡を見せてくれる。復讐ってやつほどパワーを与えてくれるものはありませんぜ。
そうでしょうね。それがまさに私だわ。
少年兵問題ってのをご存知で？
知らないわ。
銃を与えられ復讐の仕方を習った少年兵はそれを生きる目的とします。いや、少し違う。それを銃を撃つ理由にします。しかし復讐ってのは終わりがない。いつしか銃を撃つのに理由がなくなってくるんです。
どういう意味？
復讐のために銃を撃っていた。それがやがて理由もなく銃を撃つようになるんです。
復讐を忘れてしまうということ？
できもしない復讐にやがて疲れ果て、その目的を忘れちまうんです。そして手元には銃しかない。やがて飯を食うために銃を撃つようになる。
復讐のために銃を取った少年兵はやがて野党か何かになり果てるってこと？
何しろ学校にも通わず職も学ばせてもらわなかった連中です。
They only learned how to shoot guns, and they were only ever praised when they killed the enemy.
やがて自分の生きる目的は復讐のためでなく、その手段のためだけになり果てていく。気の毒なことです。
私もやがては復讐に疲れ果てて、私の場合だと何だってのよ。
真実を暴くことに疲れ果て、お嬢はやがて後ろ宮エヴァを憎むだけの人生になり果てていく。
Yeah, I think we've already reached that point.
すでにそうだけど、何か
But she just straight up says, yeah. Okay then.
そういえばそうでしたっけ。
I'm not sure what Amakusa is trying to say. Probably something annoying. But I'm not interested.
復讐なんてくだらないことだ。そう言いたいんでしょ？
お嬢の人生はまだまだ長い。何だってできる若さがある。その貴重な若さを費やすにはちょいとこの旅はもったいねえんじゃねえかなと思いましてね。
余計なお世話よ。私ね、ほら飛び降りたでしょ、ビルから。
せっかく九死に一生を得たってのに。
あの時ね、私は死んだのよ。だから 私はもう亡霊ってわけ。家族の仇を討つためにあの日の真実を暴くことだけを目的としたね。
やれやれ、お嬢は大した鉄の意志をお持ちだ。
あんたみたいな軽薄な男に私の気持ちなんてわからないわよ。
After that, Amakusa was forced to shut his mouth. He shrugged, but Ange didn't see. Even so, Amakusa spoke once more.
お嬢とこの旅を始めた一番最初の日、お嬢は言いました。あの日、あの島で何があったか知りたいと。
今だってそうよ。何か変わった？
Well, you just said you didn't care about the truth.
今はこう言ってます。後宮エヴァの罪を暴くため、あの日あの島で何があったか知りたいと。
全く同じじゃない。
まあそうですね。
私眠いからもう寝るわ。少し黙っててくれる？着いたら教えて。
了解です。
I wasn't particularly tired, really. I just said that because I didn't like talking about this.
ならないでくださいよ、少年兵には。
Ange, who had decided to feign sleep, ignored him. But Amakusa kept talking. He wanted to make sure she had heard at least this much.
お嬢の旅は最初、真実を知る旅でした。それがだんだん復讐の旅になっている。真実を暴くことで復讐する旅だ。しかしお嬢も分かってる通り、六軒島にはもう何も残ってやしません。何の跡形も残ってやしない。真実を暴くことは並大抵のことじゃないかもしれませんぞ。
I know what Amakusa's trying to say. The police searched the scene so thoroughly just after the crime, and even they weren't able to find any physical evidence proving that Ushiromiya Eva was the culprit. And a full 12 years have passed since then. If the truth could be discovered by a girl like me, waving wads of cash around to pick up a bit of info from those who are somehow related to the incident, then someone would have exposed the truth long ago. I might not be able to reach the truth. If so, then my first desire, my desire to expose the truth, will probably fade away. After that, only my hatred for Eva will remain. Just like those child soldiers who forget their original purpose and live just to shoot. I'll forget my original purpose and live just to hate. I'll do nothing but despise Ushiromiya Eva, but my goal, exposing the truth for revenge, will be gone. So hating Ushiromiya Eva will become my whole life. Is there any difference between shooting for revenge and shooting to live? When you pull the trigger, someone dies either way. And what about my case? Is there any difference between hating Eva as I expose the truth and hating Eva after I've given up? There's no difference. In the end, whether I find the truth or not, I'll just keep on cursing Eva over and over until I die. What a crappy life. But now, that's all I have left. Ushiromiya Eva stole my family. So I'll take revenge by exposing her crimes and showing the world. my consciousness was slowly drifting away into sleep. Why is Oni-chan showing me such a bizarre Rakanjima? Is this supposed to be the truth? Enough with this farce. Why is even Oni-chan trying to hide the truth from me? I'm trying to find it so that I can avenge him and all the others. Or would Oni-chan say the same thing as Amakusa? That revenge is meaningless, so I should stop. Is that why he's speaking in riddles? Trying to make everything more confusing? That's none of his business. I'm not just trying to take revenge for their sakes. I'm doing it for my sake, too. After all, that's the only reason I'm still alive. Taking revenge is my reason to live. I don't have a clue what Oni-chan is thinking. Maybe sort of like Leon and just Battler's Hope. She can keep living even though all the other ones have died. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's why he doesn't want her to go for revenge. Like he's saying that he doesn't need to know the truth, maybe? But he said he's gonna show the truth, so... But then again, is it... like, what? Is there any connection to this Ange and the one in the real world? Or the 1998 world? We're in episode 8 and I still have no idea what's going on. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin room, it was loud and cheery. It could have been raining spears and no one would have paid any attention. The cousins were all bursting with energy, sitting in a circle in the bed.
バトラがでかく張るときは役なしのことが多いと思ってたんだがな。
そう思わせるためにここまで負けてきたんだぜ。最後に勝つために負けを布石する男、後宮バトラ。
Right.
バトラすごい、バトラすごい。マリア、またコインなくなっちゃった。
私のコインを分けてやるよ。一緒にバトラをぶっ潰そうぜ。
With just a deck of cards, the cousins could enjoy themselves for hours and hours. They were so engrossed that the occasional thunderbolt hardly even registered as static in the background.
そろそろお腹が空いたね。夕食はまだかな。
さあ、そろそろじゃないかな。今夜はゴーダさんたちずいぶん張り切ってたな。
ってことは随分と期待できそうだぜ。俺の6年ぶりの再会を祝してかな。
さっきシャノンに聞いたけど、ハロウィンパーティーがあるって言ってたよ。ホールで立食形式でやるそうだよ。すごいね。
ハロウィンパーティー？す
There was a knock, the door opened, and Ange was there. She had been sleeping in her parents' room.
おう、エンジェか。起きたか。
あのね、晩ご飯だからお屋敷行くって。準備しなさいって。
Perhaps because she was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and hopped off the bed. As the others all clambered off the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kyrie and Rudolph came into view.
ほらガキども、飯だぞ。行く支度をしろい。
今日はなんだか素敵みたいよ。楽しみね。
マリア知ってる？ハロウィンパーティー。ハロウィンパーティー？マリアだけ知っててエンジェは知らない。お母さん、ハロウィンパーティーって何？
さあ、何かしらね。行ってのお楽しみね。
みんな、ええか。そろそろ行くで。
皆様、お揃いでしょうか。ご案内いたします。
マリア、こっちいらっしゃい。襟が変よ。
ああ、お腹空いちゃったわ。親族会議の一番の楽しみは食事よね。エンジェちゃんはお腹空いた？
Happy go to noises in the background. Ava smiled at Ange.
空いた。
エンジェ、着きましたでしょ？
いいのよ。そうよね。お腹空いたわよね。おばさんもお腹ペコペコよ。
よし、出発するぞ。表は風も強いみたいだからな。傘を飛ばされるなよ。
皆様、傘をお持ちください。
はい、エンジェちゃん、傘。
ありがとう、エヴァおばさん。
やっぱり女の子は可愛いわね。今度おばさんのお家にも遊びにいらっしゃい。約束よ。
エヴァおばさんってエンジェのことを気に入ってるんだ。
うん。母さんは本当は娘が欲しかったらしいんだよ。
ああ、聞いたことあるぜ。小さい頃、私も随分可愛がってもらった気がする。
うちのママは本当は男の子が良かったって言ってたよ。
I don't know if that's something you should tell your daughter. Or maybe she overheard it, but still, it's... Darn it, Rosa.
元気に生まれてきてくれれば性別なんてどうでもいいのよ。マリアは大切な神様からの授かり物なんだから。
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Depends when she said it. When she said it, how she said it. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Ava, who had really hit it off with Ange, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell what they were chatting so excitedly about, but they seemed to be getting along splendidly already. Battler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at someone else with a happy smile. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been the perfect spice to heighten their anticipation of the coming meal. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade into the scene of a Halloween party. The Ushiromiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I'd ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall.
Yo, Butler! Oh, Maria! 久しぶりであるな。お菓子はあるが今はやらぬぞ。食事の前であるからな。
ありがとうベアトリーチェさん。相変わらずお美しいわね。
ローザこそ子持ちとは思えんぞ。
お前少し出来上がってねえか。耳が少し赤いぞ。
ん？あの後ちょいとそのだな。金蔵が珍しい酒を手に入れたというのでな。まあそのほんのちょびっとだ。
食事の前のお菓子は自重するのに飲酒は自重しねえんだな。
失礼いたします。ベアトリーチェ様、親方様のお呼びでございます。
I saw Kinzo beckoning from over by the portrait.
やれやれ。セレモニーとは金蔵も形式にこだわる男よ。
例の黄金の返還式うんぬんってことなんだろ。後ろ宮家にとっては一つの大きな節目なんだ。付き合ってやれよ。
ちと寂しい気持ちもあるがな。
後宮家顧問錬金術師であることはこれからも変わらねえさ。
であるな。ではちょっと行ってくる。後ほどな。源氏の話によると今日のパーティーちょっとした趣向があるらしいぞ。楽しみにしておれ。
用意したのはお前じゃないだろうか。
いちいち細かい男よ。では後ほどな。
お兄ちゃん、今日は何かあるの？何か特別な日？
It looked as though even Ange had picked up on that much. He seemed to be getting tense for no reason.
後宮家にとっては特別な日だ。だがエンジェとは関係ないから気楽にしてていいんだぜ。
うん。あ、そうだ。ねえねえお兄ちゃん聞いた？さっきエヴァおばさんからね、すごい秘密を聞いたの。マリアお姉ちゃんも知らない秘密、お兄ちゃんにだけ教えてあげるね。
ほう？秘密ってなんだなんだ？
あのね、アーモンドが入ってたら当たりなんだって。
当たりってくじ引きか何かの話か？
とにかくアーモンドが当たりなの。
Ange puffed out her cheeks. Apparently, she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret. At the Ange. But just knowing that almonds win doesn't really explain much.
分かった分かった。大切な秘密を教えてくれてありがとうな。
お兄ちゃん嫌い。せっかく秘密を教えてあげたのに。
Ange, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Aunt Ava was. They really are getting along well. Well, I guess I have no problem if it's her aunt. If it was some guy from her class, I don't care if they're in elementary school, it's not happening. Classic overprotective big brother. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. At that moment, Genji-san's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided, and the rain outside once again became apparent.
皆様、ご静粛に願います。
Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware that tonight's festivities consisted of more than a Halloween party. Battler already knew. This was a ceremony to mark the return of the gold, from Kinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. Now that fact was being announced by Kinzo himself. He spoke of how this gold had not only restored the Ushiromiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo personally handed an ingot, decorated with a bright red ribbon, to Beatrice.
3代にわたる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの恩。後ろ宮家は未来永劫忘れることはないである。
やれやれ、しまう場所もないが特別に引き取ってやろう。
ベアトリーチェ様。
Man, that table with food in the background is making me hungry. It was hard to imagine Beato, of all people, getting admonished by Genji. I couldn't help but laugh.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師ベアトリーチェである。今宵をもち10トンの黄金の貸し出し契約の終了を受け入れるものである。我が祖母の代より数十年、片翼をもがれたわしは再び飛翔の時を迎えた。わらわはそれを見守り、子々孫々までの未来永劫の繁栄を心より祈るものである。
Applause filled the hall. Though she managed to make such a dignified speech for once, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess that's about the limit to how long Beato can stay serious.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは名を受け継ぐことで1000年を長らえる魔女である。よって彼女の子々孫々に至るまでその全てがベアトリーチェであり、その全てが当家の顧問錬金術師なのである。後宮家子孫一同はベアトリーチェの恩義を永遠にたたえ、子々孫々に永遠にそれを伝えるのだ。ベ ベアトリーチェは未来永劫後宮家の恩人であり、尊い絆で結ばれた家族なのであ
る。ご承認いただける方々は拍手をもって承認をお願いいたします。
おめでとう。おめでとう。おめでとう。おめでとう。After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once.
ありがとう諸君。ベアトリーチェよ、そなたは後宮家の一員だ。それは血より尊き絆によるものだ。
金の貸し借りの縁は血より大切であるからな。
ベアトリーチェ様。
After that, Kinzo's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Kinzo would retire as the Ushiromiya family head. Then he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across the siblings in money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Kinzo's death to get their shares.
お前たちがそれぞれ金に苦労しているのは知っておる。それらの問題はすべてこれで解決できるであろう。ただし心せよ。これは死を待たずして与える遺産である。私はお前たちを厳しくも常に見守ってきた。しかし今宵をもってお前たちの父はそれをやめるのだ。私は雲上から見守るかのごとくお前たちが飛翔するのを眺めているだろう。もはや何の口出しもせぬ。そなたたちの生きたいように生きるがよい。
親父。
お父様。
わかりました。私たちは必ずや飛翔してみせます。
兄弟で力を合わせ後宮家をますますに繁栄させることを兄弟一同ここに誓います。
さやで、わしらは力を合わせたら向かうところ敵なしや。
Hideyoshi laughed, but Genji admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, and they no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was a time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Ava and Rosa were sniffling with tears in their eyes. And so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, despite their ages, they had finally left the nest for real. Tonight, the eagles of the Ushiromiya family would leave Rakanjima, the nest weaved from the witch's magic, and go their separate ways. With their own power and determination. Oh. Hey there, Wamba and Raiders. Welcome, and thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Let's see. Shout out. Wamba. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Wamba. Oh my goodness, it's the legendary Poopy Peepee 69. It's been a while. Welcome. Oops. I did an at. Me derp. There we go. So you were playing Escape from Tarkov? Okay. How'd that go? Well, if you can hear me, if you haven't been hit by an ad. But yeah, go, for those interested, Wanga plays, well, he's been playing some, emulated games, also some Dead by Daylight, and as you can see, Escape from Tarkov. I think I saw you were playing a little bit of, was it? Oh, darn it, what was that? Was that a Final Fantasy game earlier? Or Strangers of Paradise, that's what it was, yeah. For those interested, check him out. Give him a follow if you're... Yeah. And... I don't know if you've been hit by an ad, if that's over now. How... If you can hear me, I don't know. How was the Escape from Tarkov and whatnot? In the meantime, it made Kinzo think. If only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationship. Oh, and of course, if you need to just head out right away, or if you're just gonna lurk, that's fine, that's awesome. Yeah. I am not the greatest at communications, but yeah. Yes, it was all his responsibility. And now the intertwining bonds had been released. It was as though an invisible rope had been wrapped around Kinzo's body. That rope was now gone, and he felt a sense of release he hadn't experienced for many years. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Kinzo, they swore to all support Kraus, the new head, and lead the family to greater prosperity. Their faces sparkled with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, none of the four had made such a natural-feeling promise since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings made a promise once again. When Kraus finished his announcement, a friendly applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Ange watched this, dumbfounded. The four siblings were supposed to have quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids. And they were supposed to have pointlessly locked swords with Kinzo's inheritance as their goal, their worries over money spurring them on. Thanks to this ceremony, even the world of truth, the world I acknowledge, has been rewritten. Were they actually friendly toward each other? Or did they all quarrel? Or did they quarrel all the time like I believe? It doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all of those problems have been resolved. I mustn't believe. This is just Oni-chan's farce. Even though I knew that fact, when I watched Dad and the others hugging each other, with teary smiles on their faces, I couldn't help but feel something warm welling in my eyes.
信じないわ。これも全部お兄ちゃんの茶番なんでしょ。
お前は何を見たら聞いたら信じることができるんだ。
赤で赤き真実で言ってくれたら。
赤で言えなければ全ては嘘なのか。
信じない。私はこんなの。
Ange looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on a witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as a red truth. Unless Ange accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, a rule of this game, to force the truth on her. Ange would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Ange's. No one could force her to decide either way. So there was nothing wrong with Ange declaring this scene to be a farce. But if so, then what about the hot tears dripping down Ange's face? Ange would have to think that through herself, without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and a rub of her eyes, Ange let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her peace. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were brought in one after another, and champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Several small tables were set here and there, each with its own theme. That was where the fun lay in this stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Goda's genius shone through. The hotel that the hotel that let him go should have regretted ever having done so. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged, so chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new dish was brought into the hall, they could get up to look, wandering through the tables however they pleased. This way, they could bump each other. They could each bump into a new group of people, then mingle elsewhere when that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members in each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls brought back youthful memories. Those would help anyone enjoy themselves like they were kids again. Even to Ange, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Ito showed her several tricks that she called magic. Maria said they were magic. Ange said they were tricks. and the night grew even more lively. The two young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before. And it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into the group, and the whole hall was filled with chatter. To Ange, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. And add in the wide variety of delicious foods and drinks she could choose from, and it was like being in a dream. Ange felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud.
エンジェ、お前これを飲んじゃったのか?
Oh, darn it, Rudolph.
これお父さんの飲み物だぞ。
エンジェも大人のブドウジュース飲みたかったの。
Oh no.
だからいいの。
少し顔が赤いぜ。大丈夫か？
ちょっとしか飲んでないから大丈夫とは思うけれど。
エンジェ大丈夫だよ。子供じゃないもん。
エンジェちゃんはこっちを飲みなさい。ルドルフお父さんが飲んでるのは悪い飲み物だからもう飲んじゃダメよ。
そうだな。悪いのを飲んでるとエンジェも悪い大人になっちまうぜ。
エンジェ悪い大人にならないもん。お姫様になるもん。
そうよ。エンジェは私たちみんなのお姫様よ。
そうだな。エンジェは家族みんなのお姫様だ。
私にもお姫様よ。ぜひ今度おばさんの家にも遊びに来てね。絶対なんだから。いっぱいいっぱい歓迎してあげるんだから。
うん。ありがとう、エヴァおばさん。
Everyone's being really nice. It almost feels like I've become a real princess. I feel so great, I could almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake. Battler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Ange smiling happily from the distance, he smiled too.
ああして幸せに笑えば名前負けもせんのにな。惜しい娘よ。
そうだな。天使の名にふさわしい笑顔だと思うぜ。
あの笑顔がコマでなく本当のエンジェのものであればよいのだが。
仮に違ってもあいつはこれを見てるさ。そして自分で考えればいい。
そなたとエンジェのゲームは慈しみにあふれているな。わらわからすればもどかしいほどにな。
もどかしくて何の問題がある？誰の邪魔もない。妨害も駆け引きも何もなしだ。
そうだな。このゲームはもはや戦いでさえない。
言ってみれば片付けなんだ。俺たちのゲームの。
わらわの気まぐれなる行為があやつに及んだ罪は償いきれぬ。
Wonder if she's talking about the message bottles. Because it sounds like the message bottles obscured the truth of what actually happened.
俺たちのゲームの責任だ。俺たち二人で償う。だから俺たちでエンジェに最後のゲームを送る。
エンジェはあの鍵を正しく使えると思うか？
俺たちが正しいと思う方へ無理やり引っ張ることももちろん考えたさ。
それは意味なきことかもしれぬな。強制された選択は正しくとも生涯受け入れがたい。
そういうことだ。エンジェは自ら考え自ら選ばなければならない。それが俺たちから見て正しくない選択であったとしても、俺はそれを祝福しようと思う。
Message bottles can be a good thing for Ange? Huh? Can be either way. I don't know what to think of this.
エンジェにとっては意味あるゲームだ。だが俺たちにとってはお疲れ様パーティーみたいなもんさ。
そろそろやってくる頃合いだな。しかし良いのか？エンジェにまた誤解されるぞ。
大丈夫さ。それにむしろ必要なんだ。お前がそういう姿を見せたようにみんなもな。
ならば我らもこの千秋楽祝いを楽しませてもらうとしよう。これほどの長きゲームにて皆それぞれの役を見事演じきってきたのだから。
That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out.
さあさあ皆様、お集まりください。本日のとっておきでございます。本日は今夜のハロウィンパーティーの目玉としてこの特製ザッハトルテをご用意させていただきました。
Yoda had been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving cart in front of him was a large, sliced chocolate cake.
ご覧の通り、チョコレートにて片翼のわしの紋章の風浪をつけた後ろ見分けだけの一品でございます。
The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present.
これは立派なケーキですな。目玉にふさわしいものです。
いえいえ、ただのケーキではございませんよ。今夜のこのケーキには一つ秘密がございます。親方様、どうかそれを皆様にお話しくださりますようよろしくお願いいたします。
これはささやかなゲームである。このケーキには一つだけ当たりのものがあるのだ。
アーモンドだ。
Darn it, Ange. Ange shouted happily. Kinzo looked at her and nodded.
このケーキの中の一切れだけにアーモンドが一粒入っておる。そのケーキを選んだ者が今夜の王様であるぞ。
王様ゲームなんて久しぶりだぜ。
あなたのは悪い王様ゲームよね。
Fury, what are you implying here?
さて、王様になるとどんなことがあるのですかな。
王様は願いを一つ口にすることができる。それを皆で叶えようではないか。
へえ、面白そうだぜ。
王様は男がなるんだよ。女の子はなれないよ。
女の子が当たりだったらお姫様になれるんだよ。
アーモンドが当たり。
そうだな。エンジェはすごいな。
こういう時はくじ運がものを言うんや。負けへんで。
お待ちなさいよ。小さい子から順に選ぶといいわ。
それがいいですね。エンジェちゃんからどうぞ。
こら、マリアはお姉さんでしょ。エンジェちゃんを先にしなさい。
エンジが当たりを引いちゃったらどうするの？エンジが当たりを引く。アーモンドが当たり。アーモンドが当たり。
私たち年寄りは残り物に福があることを祈りましょう。
和解順ということはビリは金蔵であるよな。
そなたは繊細であろうが。
納得ゆかん。
Oh. Everyone burst out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19 years old. In front of Ange lay a large cake, split into several pieces. Just one of those pieces was the winner.
さあ、エンジェ様、どのケーキになさいますかな。どれを選んでもほっぺたが落っこちるほど美味しいですよ。
Cake.
やだ、当たりのじゃないとやだ。
じゃあ一発で当ててみせるしかないな。ほら、選べ選べ。
Rattler pushed Ange's small back toward the table with the cake.
どれにしようかな。
The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces. I want to pick the one with the almond and become the princess. Wait, 15 pieces? Shouldn't there be... Well, with Ange and Beatrice being there, shouldn't there be like... 19? Wait, is it... How many people are here now? No, it's an even 20. Yeah, okay, with Beatrice it was 20. With Ange it was 19. That's right. But what about the other 5 pieces? Or do the servants not get cake? That sort of sucks. One of them has an almond. Which could it be? I get to choose first, but it sort of feels unfair. I mean, it is, isn't it? My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. There's no way I'll get it. And then when Maria One-chan goes after me, she has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. The next person has a 1 in 13 chance, then a 1 in 12 chance, and the last person will win for sure?
お兄ちゃん、これずるい。最初に選ぶ人の方が不利。
Everyone laughed. Apparently, there was something wrong with my calculations, but I still didn't like it.
さあ、演者様から運試し。どうぞどうぞ、お選びください。
If I have to pick one out of so many, there's no way I'll win. But for some reason, tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune.
ほら、決まったか？
決まった。これが当たり。
I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was... Oh. You can actually choose a slice, okay. Woo! That one, apparently. Yeah, finally first choice, this is a game after all. We're only, how many hours am I in? We're only 111 hours in. When he asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instincts. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that this young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Yoda took the chosen slice, put it on a plate with a fork, and handed it to Ange. It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group, all by myself. I was struck by a temptation to quickly cut the cake open and check for an almond inside. However, I stopped myself. If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, then when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up, if only slightly. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. But if someone picks a winner while I'm still sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait just long enough for as many losers to show up as possible. My chances of winning are the highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. That's not how this works, Ange, but okay. Yeah, that's the trick to winning this game. Nani? What a strange thought. Feels like I'm missing something. Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me. The almond inside it will appear or disappear depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory. But I did realize that something was strange. There is always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens outside the box, it shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. And yet, I'm being shaken about by events outside the cat box. trying to use those to change the way I observe the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that, even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. Maybe it's because I drank Dad's adult drink. In the end, even though I chose the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I've seen that everyone else has lost, my chances of winning will be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. It's much better to have 100% chance than a 1 in 15, so I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest, but I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them.
どうですか？当たりの出た方はいますか？
マリアの入ってなかった。
私のも外れだぜ。お姫様になり損ねちまった。
外れでも本当に美味しくて美しいザッハトルテだね。食べずに飾っておけるものならそうしたいくらいだよ。
All of this food is making me hungry.
どうだ？アーモンドあったか？
私もダメね。秀吉兄さんはどう？
わしも外れのようや。会社に嫁にもうわしの運は使い切っとるからな。
Ooh, Hideyoshi smooth.
もうそれってどういう意味よ。
南條先生はいかがですか？
今調べてるところです。たまにはこういうのも楽しいですな。
駆け引きなしの純粋な博打も実に面白い。ベアとはどうであったか？
残り物に服があるなどと言った嘘つきは誰だ？
エンジはどうだ？アーモンドはあったか？
今調べてる。
なんだ、まだ手をつけてなかったのか？
I had been following my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Oni-chan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be happy if I win, but even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night, so that's okay. It got put on hold when this cake game started, but before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play like that again soon. Huh?
どうした？エンジェ。お。
I lifted up that tiny thing with my fork and stared at it, then showed it to my brother.
これアーモンドだよね。
おお、エンジェのに入ってたのか。すごいぜ、エンジェ。
At the same time, a stir rose up in the other corner of the room.
あったわ。私のに当たりが入ってた。
Huh?
ほう、エヴァが当てたか。
There were 2 almonds.
これはおめでとうございます、エヴァ様。
違う、エンジェが当たりなの。私がアーモンドなの。
I held the almond high and shouted across the room. The crowd around Ava split, and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised too. The thing in her hand was without a doubt an almond.
なんだなんだ、こりゃどういうことだ。
ゴーだ。アーモンドが2つ入ってるようだが、どちらも当たりなのかね。
はて、そんなはずは。
どちらかが勘違いということでしょうか。
エンジェ様のは間違いなくアーモンドです。カノン君、そっちは？
エヴァ様のも間違いなくアーモンドです。
では2人とも当たりということではありませんか。
親方様。
これは奇異なこともあるものだ。どうしたものか、ゴーダよ。
これはちょっとした手違いでございまして。
Panic!
じゃんけんでもしてもらって。
ケチくさいことを言うでない。2つのアーモンドが現れ、女王と姫が選び出されただけの話ではないか。
そういうことだ。2人が当たりということで良いではないか。
まあ、しかし。
Yoda was hesitant. Actually, he had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for two people. So it wasn't convenient for there to be two kings. When Ava heard Yoda mumbling something to this effect, she shrugged and laughed.
じゃあ、エンジェちゃんがお姫様になりなさい。
お姫様！エンジェはお姫様なの？
私はその付き人よ。ね、これならいいでしょう。
Of course it worked. Ange had been worried that Ava would be declared the winner, since she had spoken up first. So she hadn't even dreamed that Ava would give it up to her.
でも、いいの？エヴァおばさんも当たりなのに。
いいのよ。エンジェちゃんの付き人になれたもの。さあ、お姫様。あなたが叶えてほしい願いは何？考えてちょうだいな。エン
ジェは願い事もう決めてあるの。
あら、それは何？おばさんに教えて。
I want this fun time to keep on going. Forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart.
さっきまでの楽しいがずっと続いてほしいの。
I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish.
さっきまでのって、ああ、手品とかクイズとか？じゃあこうしましょう。みんな聞いて。お姫様の命令よ。ついさっきまでみんなが盛り上がっていたように、手品やクイズなどでエンジェちゃんを楽しませてあげてちょうだい。
おいおい、もう手品のネタも尽きちまったぜ。
ならクイズやなぞなぞね。
つまりみんなでいろいろなクイズでエンジェちゃんに楽しんでもらうようにすればいいわけかね。
お姫様に楽しんでもらえるクイズをみんなで献上するのですね。
なるほどね。了解したよ。
なるほど、面白いではないか。ではエンジェよ、こうしよう。みんなにクイズやなぞなぞを出してもらい、それに挑むがよい。見事解けるたびにそなたにメダルを1枚与えよ
メダルって
記念メダルってことだろうな。いっぱい正解できればいっぱい集められるんだろうぜ。
ただ集めるだけではつまりませんね。
集めたメダルの枚数に応じて私から素敵なプレゼントを送ってやろう。どうだ、がぜんやる気が出たであろう。
すごいじゃない。ご褒美まであるんですってよ。
よかったわね、エンジェ。
Everyone gathered around me, smiling as they thought about what sort of puzzle they'd give. They're all thinking about me, so that they can play with me. Just the feel of having that all to myself almost made me explode with joy at becoming the princess. And they all live happily ever after, the end. Okay. I'm thinking that's probably a good place to stop for tonight. Let's see. Is anybody else streaming tonight? Anybody I can send you guys to? None of the other crew are on. I guess we'll just end here for today. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'm really tempted to do Helldivers 2. I haven't played that yet. I've been meaning to, but I've been wanting them to like fix the cheating problem. I don't want to get like a ton of resources if I do quick play and run into a cheater. But I guess I could just, if I see somebody cheating, I can just quit out before the end of the match, maybe. It's probably not a huge problem. Also, I do want to play it before it loses or hemorrhages players. It's the most fun when everybody's playing. So I might do Helldivers 2 tomorrow. If not, it'll probably be Ask Libra. And then whatever I do will probably also be Thursday. Friday will still be Library of Runa. I don't have any different plans this week. Be trying for Bina realization again. Don't threaten you with a good time. You're gonna have so much fun, and you're gonna like it, or else. Oh my. But yeah, so I'll have to figure that out and see what we're playing tomorrow. And until then, if anybody's stuck around from the raid, thank you for hanging out. And I hope all of you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye. Oh, right. Socials.